Welcome, everyone. Please quote post to the space with join the conversation. Also, by the way, sorry if I've set a lot of my posts to verified replies only, but like for more people to, in fact, buy premium and thereby reply my posts would also work. And, people would see them, I would see them, that kind of stuff, right? Because right now I want to show a bit more appreciation to the people that actually buy X Premium and support the platform that I am on, that we're all on, because it's an incredible platform. I really like it, and it is awesome by its functions, by all of the stuff that it provides you, and because it's literally the best app for everything.
Everything app, yep.
Literal everything app.
Verified only reply.
Yeah, I'm liking this verified only reply. I'm starting to notice the big counts doing
it. It was suggested to me by someone. It was suggested that things that count when I'm doing so I'll test it for myself and see how well it goes.
Oh, well.
God damn it. By the way, I just made some steak. Sorry for the small delay. I made some steak and some eggs. The steak didn't cook properly at first because I set the temperature wrong, so I had to kind of give it a once over. It really pissed me off. So I have everything. I have my coffee, got my food. So I can stop munching away. So if you hear some humanoid, biological, mechanical sounds in the background, that would be my jaw. My jaws clapping together and shut. It's great. It's delicious. Yes. So how's everyone doing?
Amazing.
Good. Working
Amazing.
Fantastic.
I can't believe they tried to dox you.
Solar Heavy, you're making that theme, are you?
Yeah, so I'm working on that in between the getting the new track for the launch later in a few weeks, I think, right?
Nice.
Yeah, I got two demos that I'll send over, and then just working on that one. It's going to be a busy month. But
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy month. Pretty sure, especially for me. But yeah, all around. We've had an insane crossover the last couple of weeks with stuff happening on Spaces. And it's pretty cool. Make sure everybody quote post the space with join the conversation. Yeah. Where's Ian? Where's this little rascal? I like this guy. Where is he?
Don't see him yet, but if I see him, I'll bring him up.
Let's get him.
I can send him a message.
Adrian, can I add that the X Analytics platform is way better than Instagram? It's also more transparent than the analytics that's being showed on Instagram, whatever you post.
Nice. Yeah, probably Ian is taking some time.
Cool.
He'll be around, I think, in a few minutes. Yeah.
For those that don't have an X subscription, I'm curious what the reasons are, and to me it seems like a no-brainer. If you use it even not every day, the value you get from it is just incredible. So what are the reasons why people are hesitant?
Maybe they don't want to dox themselves to the platform. You have to be verified to get it, so a lot of add-ons probably don't want to get it.
Because payment services wise, you technically are doxing yourself to the platform, but I don't think it really matters that much, because even you have email and you have internet, so it's how do you think you're going to stay anonymous beyond that? It's really difficult to do.
Yeah, you have to literally destroy your phone, no credit cards, no nothing, no electronics of any sort. That's the only way, and you have to live in the middle of nowhere with absolutely nothing. No satellite coverage, nothing. It's the only way.
Exclusively pay in cash and coin. Actually, hell, you can't even pay in cash because of serial numbers. You have to pay in fucking pennies and shit.
Yeah, you have to pay in coins. It's the only way.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna lop around an entire box full of copper coins that are probably worth more from the material perspective than the currency that they're meant to represent. But here you go. Here's the money.
Yeah, right. You're right. You go to the deli, $4.95. You're like, well, I got a shoelace and a paperclip. What does that get me?
Oh my god.
Could you not use like a prepaid like Visa?
No, you have to pay. You have to pay in cash. You can't. You have to literally pay with coins. It's the only thing that's not being produced.
If you have some fantasy about living like Henry David Thoreau, who, you know, even in the 1800s had an extremely difficult time living as a naturalist, that's not doable in 2024.
Yeah, but won't X accept a prepaid Visa?
I don't think so. I think because it goes through Stripe, it does a bunch of checks, and some cards are not usable. It requires verification.
I think you have to do ID verification. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's true for a lot of online services. You know, unless it's like a PlayStation card or some bullshit, right? Most of them require you to actually have your name on the credit card, and you cannot use a card that does not have a name. Yeah. So how did we get into talking about this naturalist topic?
It's because of premium. So, you know, a lot of people don't use premium for some reason, even though they're on the platform, they're quite active on it. And we were just wondering what some of the reasons would be. And of course, you know, somebody threw out, well, probably because of anonymity, but then realistically speaking, I mean, how much of that do you really have? Like the moment that you sign on to the internet, your anonymity itself decreases rapidly with every single word you type out and every single piece of content that you interact with. So like literally the moment that starts, the moment you can get the connection of the internet going, that's where all the problems begin.
I think that's true. When you sign up for an internet account at your ISP, you're already giving away much of your identity. They know who you are. I mean, they have to know who you are.
I think the primary issue is people that, okay, so there's this thing, right? People have different reasons to be anonymous. Some people have the reason that they want to be anonymous because they fear government, right? And then the others, they have reason to be anonymous because they fear, you know, interaction with people, because you know those people are fucking insane. It could be something like that. Maybe you're egging people on or something like that, and then you'd have a bit of a problem. I would say that if you're trying to be anonymous because of the government, it's going to be very, very difficult to do that. Not impossible even, especially if you want to participate in global discourse. So when it comes to, say, having an account where technically speaking, the only thing that you should kind of like be anonymous to, I think, would be other people, because governments themselves, though they get a bit of a rap for doing things that are, you know, not necessarily ethical, they still do, by and large, not always, not some, but by and large have to obey by laws, right? So them coming after you is a lot less likely than a fucking psychopath on the internet. Actually, the likelihood of a psychopath coming after you on the internet just because they're a fucking psychopath is infinitely more likely than a government. That depends on even what you say, but even then, it's still world away in terms of change.
I'd also like to add one more thing, that if you're in the United States, you're more likely to be surveilled by a foreign government than the U.S. government, because of the laws that prohibit essentially prohibit the NSA from spying on you.
I mean, not really. Not really. I don't say. I mean,
the laws do protect you, though. The laws do protect you. Although they do gather your data, right?
No, I don't believe
that. They cannot surveil you. There are specific.
You'll say that, but you have to think, man. If they want you, they can have you. You just think about that. It's just that simple.
That's what we're addressing here. You don't understand. On average, actually, not even the average. Most of all cases, the government's not going to go after you. Depending on, of course, what you do. If you're an actual fucking terrorist, that's a bit of a different situation, of course, right? So technically, when it comes to like spying, for instance, governments doing this, especially if you're in America and the American government,
they need a warrant to surveil you, right? They can't just surveil you willy-nilly. They need a warrant to do so. They need good, like reasonable cause.
Probable cause, I think is what it's called.
Probable cause, yeah. Like if you're a criminal, or you murdered somebody, or you're a money launderer, or you made a
death threat online, or something like that. Things like that. That's
excuse me, right?
I mean, I guess you haven't heard the theory that like you said, foreign governments, that's not going to stop them, right? So I guess you have
Correct,
a
yeah.
thing about MI6 or MI5 where they will surveil you and then just give the information to the U.S. government. Like
That is a thing that does happen. It does happen. It
But
has
that
happened
doesn't
to
stop
Kim.com.
I
It has
can
happened to
talk
Kim.com.
about this. So it is not true that the US is not going to surveil because we are protected by the Fourth Amendment, right? Yeah, it doesn't work that way because we learned that from the Snowden revelations, right? I mean,
Yeah, they were
we
doing
have-
that illegally. They were doing that illegally.
yeah,
You
it
understand?
doesn't matter. So, for example, we have clauses like the third-party doctrine, which actually says that you don't have any right to expect any level of privacy if you sign up to any services online. They state that very clearly. And then we have something called the Patriot Act. I believe it was initiated in 2001. And then it basically says that they don't really need any sort of warrants to wiretap you or anything.
I'm actually getting messages from like FBI agents that I know, and they are telling me that I'm wrong. If you want to invite Kyle Seraphin up into the stage, I don't know if he's requested. He will actually clarify. He's an FBI agent, so he can actually explain what they're doing. I think
For a second, I thought you were sarcastic. What the fuck?
no, he actually is an FBI agent. Yeah, so
Cool,
yeah,
cool, yeah. Bring him up.
Yeah.
Nice.
It says what I'm saying is not true anymore. It used to be true, but it's not anymore. So I guess my information needs to be updated. My data set
that's what I was
is
saying. I don't
years old.
I was gonna say I don't think so. I'm pretty sure if they want you, they'll snatch you, bro. Like they do not care.
I don't know if
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you guys want the background on it, I'll just give it to you real straight. In 2016, about February, if my memory serves, you can go back and see it in Wired magazine. But the Obama administration floated the idea of, okay, so for background, I worked for the FBI from 2016 until officially 2023, but I stopped working there in 2022 when I got removed for being a whistleblower. So that is what it is. For your awareness, in 2016, before I actually joined in, I got there in July. Prior to that, in February of 2016, the Obama administration floated an idea that eventually was made. Whether it was law or policy is hard to say. I think they redid an executive order. The executive order is 12333, which is the thing that establishes the NSA's parameters. It establishes almost all the national security collection domestically, and it prescribes how it's done. In October of 2016, they allowed something that had never previously been done. The Patriot Act obviously was an issue that allowed the NSA to collect domestically on a lot of different targets. But primarily what they would do is focus on a thing that you guys are familiar with, the idea of FISA 702. FISA 702 is a narrow scope that allowed the FBI to nominate certain individuals for FISA coverage. That's a warrant style, but it's done administratively when it's 702. There's basically two forks in the FISA road. One of them is usually a U.S. target, could be a foreign target, but it's very invasive. We're referred to as a full FISA or a full field FISA. And when you do that, you take it in front of what's called the FISC, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. You argue in an ex parte hearing, meaning only the government is represented. They are supposed to present every fact, all of the facts, including some things that are exculpatory, to give the judges a full view of what's happening. And the judges then decide whether or not to give them the FISA. I'll give you a spoiler alert. They pretty much always give you the FISA, where they ask you to get a little bit more info, and then they give you the FISA. So that pretty much always happens. Once that happens, then they have all kinds of crazy capabilities. They can put microphones in your house. They can put cameras in your house. I've seen all these things done. They have the ability to basically tap anything you have, including your phones, whether or not they're using tools like NSO spyware from the Israelis. I haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean it's outside their capabilities, because we're talking about a direct feed from the NSA. I'll go back to 2016 again. What happened in 2016 is the FBI was specifically given access to what's called the Data Warehouse System, DWS. That's the name of the software, and that's actually where all the info is housed. That happened and allowed the FBI to directly query the Data Warehouse System, which is raw FISA. Most people don't understand how collections happen. It's usually a lot more. It's a lot messier than what people think. They're not just like hearing a phone call come in and then there's two guys sitting there with a tape recorder and a couple of headphones. That's not normal. What normally happens is there's digital collection. They grab everything and someone has to go back and play it, and they listen, and they do a thing that's called minimization. Minimization means if you're talking to your wife, We're not allowed to listen to that. That's privileged information. They won't let you do that on a Title III. If you're talking to your attorney, they're not allowed to do it. So they'll listen for a couple of seconds. They'll see you're talking to the attorney, and then they'll stop. Okay, that's the way it's supposed to work. The people that do that are usually called a taint team, which means that they're not allowed to testify. They listen to the information. They decide what's in or out of bounds. Theoretically, they're supposed to be neutral arbiters. The problem is they're all federal agents, and they all happen to work in the same building as the people that do the work. So you're basically relying on the character of the folks that do the work. This is basically validated in the Durham report. If you guys read it, he says no policy, no rule, no law would fix the problem. You need to have good people in the FBI, and that's why we end up with all the screwery that happened with Crossfire Hurricane. When they made DWS, the data warehouse system, available to FBI agents directly in 2016, late 2016, walking into the Trump administration, it meant me, as a guy who worked counterintelligence for 2 years in Washington, D.C., you could literally sit down at a terminal, I could type in Ian's email address, and I could pull him up if he was in there. And the way he would be in there is if he was an American that was associated with any of the investigations. It would also be if he was a foreigner that was being targeted for any association with any government or any foreign intel power, if he had any paths crossed with any foreign terrorist organizations or nominated groups, you could find people in there. And then they started operating on what's called the two-hop theory. Two-hop means Ian knows Jordan, so now I can pick up all the comms from Jordan and see what he's all about. And then anybody that Jordan interacts with, I can also get all those comms as well. So those are the two sort of things. It's a bullseye that gets bigger and bigger each time. And so it starts very innocently enough. Let's say I open up a FISA 702 on, let's say, a Chinese spy who lives in China. For whatever it's worth, 702 was designed to only handle foreign intelligence operatives and foreign intelligence accounts, or what we call facilities, that are based overseas. Which means, let's say, Adrian's the host. If Adrian is living in Russia, and I go ahead and target Adrian, and Adrian gets on a plane and lands at JFK, and I get the notification from the folks over at CBP, he's going through customs, he's now on U.S. soil, I have to shut down my 702 coverage. I don't get any more emails, I don't get any more phone calls, I don't get anything until he leaves the country in a verified way, and then I can resume it. By the way, I probably get historical data, so I actually find out what he did in the United States, but not in real time. Okay, that's just kind of the way that it works. But if I find out that Adrian's talking to somebody else, I can now target them and find out what they're about. And ostensibly, it is to make sure that we are keeping track of all the people that are being targeted by the foreign spies. It's also known as reverse targeting if you just search them out without getting the 702. So there's all kinds of fuckery that happened. When they first started looking into this in like 2017, 2018, they found literally millions of violations of federal law that the FBI got involved in. And the last time I saw the numbers released was 2022, and it was down to 284,000 illegal, unconstitutional searches using FISA data. So very, long-winded version of it. Ian, you're not exactly correct anymore if you're not safe in your comms in the United States.
God damn it. Oh well. We live in Panopticon. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, this is the single biggest threat that exists out there. This is why when anybody gets out there and gets riled up about anything else going on in U.S. politics, if you're rowdy about any of the other picks that have been done by Donald Trump, you don't like a Secretary of Labor, you don't like a Secretary of State, none of those things for people who live in the United States, and I understand that's not everybody here, but if you live in the U.S. and you're worried about civil liberties, the single biggest threat to civil liberties is, in fact, the FBI. It's way bigger than the NSA, who basically, nothing against people who work in the NSA, and they do some good work, I'm sure of it, but they're not a threat to human beings in their physical, their persons, their places, the things that exist in their own homes, because they don't have a badge and gun authority to go out there and do it. They can turn the FBI on you, but it turns out they don't need to do that anymore, because as of 2016, the FBI has access to that data. We used to have an embed from NSA. She looked like a troll. I don't even know what the fuck her deal was. I don't know what her job was. I don't understand why she existed. She had something like 75 dispensers of different M&Ms, and she had every brand of M&Ms and every weird M&M dispenser ever made. She collected them, and they just took up space in a federal office. And I never knew anybody that went and conferred with her and asked anything. I don't know why she was in our building, but she was. And she had an NSA terminal that I never understood how to use, and I didn't know anyone else that knew how to use it either. There were like probably 200 counterintelligence agents on the floor. No one ever visited that terminal. It was always covered in dust, and no one ever came over to see her unless they wanted M&Ms. So I don't know why the NSA exists. They're not really like a threat in that way. That being said, if I can query their database, I don't need an NSA embed. All I got to do is find out what I call facilities. So that's going to be your phone number. It's going to be your Skype handle. It's going to be your social media. It's going to be all the various pieces there. And I can go and query this stuff directly. And in the old days, what would happen is you would put the request into NSA. I had to ask people because I never experienced this. They would send something back that would be what's called minimized. And minimized is kind of like that paint team I was talking about on a Title III warrant. Minimized meant that somebody would say, okay, so let's say I'm going up on Ian's facility, so I know that it's Ian, and Jordan's name would come across the desk, and it would be like person 1 or U.S. person 1 or whatever. And then we'd have Freckles there, and it would be like U.S. person 2. And so if I wanted to unmask those people, if you guys remember, that was the big deal that was going on in like 2016 as Trump was coming to the office. They were talking about these illicit unmaskings. I'd have to request to find out who is person 1, who's person 2. How do I unmask this? When you have access to raw FISA, I get Jordan's name, I get Freckles, I get everybody's information right there, their email address, their phone numbers, whatever. And I can do whatever I want with that. If I want to plug it into Accurate, I want to plug it into Clear, I want to plug it into law enforcement databases, I want to search it on open source and go see what they're about. I can do all those things. And from there, all kinds of other wild things can happen. It doesn't mean that everybody is breaking the law when they're using it, but it means that basically the default position is, unless they go get another 702, if they don't start doing the hops, and not everybody understands that they have to do it, and not everybody does it, because it may just be an incidental thing, they're violating civil liberties. And the problem is FBI agents, every damn one of them are 1811 series federal agents. That means they carry a badge, they carry a gun, they have the ability to swear out a search warrant, they can go into your home, they can take your freedom, and they can take your life if you fight back in a way that is dangerous to that person. So they're way scarier than the CIA to me, even though the CIA is domestic and they're doing things. And, you know, I've met people, I don't know anybody in the CIA that I'm worried about having the authorities they have. I'm worried about a bunch of people in the FBI because I've met a bunch of them, and many people chose not to stand up when they saw things going wrong. So just another kind of, like I said, I'm just giving you guardrails on there, Ian, because it'd be nice to believe the world that you were suggesting. And I think previously maybe it didn't exist. It just doesn't exist today, not anymore.
Yeah, that sucks. So Elon, how's it going?
Wait, what?
What?
I know what you're referring to. Right, yeah. He literally just said, I'm him. Fuck me.
That's a good one.
You know what? Fuck it. Screw it. Here we go.
That's confused.
Here we go.
The jig is up, Elon.
Oh my god. It's like this is so fucking funny. He's never gonna stop trolling, is he? That shit is absolutely fucking wild. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I don't think I will ever see information warfare quite at that scale. And it's like literally no one's egging it on except everyone else for reasons that not even they themselves truly understand, beyond trying to preserve their own credibility, of which there's almost none left to protect. So, bruh, I guess. That is a good one. That is a great one. Yes. Yep, that is fantastic.
If you guys wanted to bring up TJ Roberts, he said he'd be happy to elaborate on the constitutionality.
Oh, yeah, TJ Roberts.
Sure, he's speaker. Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, on the Fourth Amendment side of issues, I mean, if the Founding Fathers were looking at how the federal government handles your data, your persons, your papers, your houses, your effects, they would be sending the olive branch petition and drafting the Declaration of Independence. And this is at the state, this is at the federal level. You don't even have a Fourth Amendment right not to have your home searched if you have significant acreage. You only have Fourth Amendment rights and apply to the quote unquote curtilage, which is basically the inside of your house, your porch. Doesn't even apply to your driveway, by the way. You know, and that's where you heard the third party doctrine. I believe Suraj was talking about that. Neil Gorsuch wrote a brilliant dissent. And it's the Carpenter case. If you look at Carpenter Gorsuch dissent, you will find that his opening question is, what is left of the Fourth Amendment? And it's a poignant question when you realize, like, when you look at FISA, the reality that, yeah, FISA Section 702 is meant to be used on foreigners. But then we realized that in 2016, the Obama administration point blank used it to spy on President Trump. Those programs are still in existence. They are still authorized to continue to go, and the renewal was survived by one vote, unfortunately.
TJ, hit them with game wardens too. Blow their minds about game wardens.
Oh, yes. And in fact, Kentucky especially, so I'm a state representative in Kentucky on top of being a constitutional attorney. Game wardens, particularly, just talking from Kentucky experience, it is outrageous. They do not need a warrant to search your vehicle. They do not need a warrant to enter your property if they just so much as have a hunch that you are using it for hunting purposes. The amount of authority and power that they have is outrageous, and because of that, these unelected executive branches at the state level are some of the most corrupt agencies imaginable. Just an example, we tried to reform this in 2023 in Kentucky, but instead of reforming it in any meaningful way, we just shifted it over to another executive branch department, and we imposed a requirement that you have to get a fishing license to fish on your own property if you have fewer than 5 acres of land.
Also, the fishing license and the hunting license that you guys are talking about too, that's basically enough for them to say, well, you may have used it.
Correct.
You've got a database of people that when we say they can walk into your garage, they can check out your fridge. Imagine walking outside into your own garage and finding somebody there hanging out in your chest freezer, like looking through your cold cuts, because they can, and they will. I hope I don't shoot someone that does something like that, because my instinct is not good when I find strangers in my garage. But like, they literally believe that they have that authority, and it's been upheld in court.
Yes, and they will also say that you getting that hunting license was you consenting to those searches. So at that point, when you have consent, you don't even need a warrant. You don't even need probable cause. You don't even need reasonable suspicion, which is in my view, if you read the Fourth Amendment, it's a non-existent term that the Supreme Court made in the 1950s out of full judicial power. The exact words of the Fourth Amendment is no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. There's no reference to reasonable suspicion.
There's also no reference to any of the exceptions that we've decided exist for some reason that shouldn't exist.
Correct. Right. So that's the thing. It is one of those things where we have added so many words to the Fourth Amendment that it virtually doesn't exist anymore. And one of the reasons for that, in my opinion, is because we have less than savory parties when we deal with
just
Fourth Amendment
little
issues.
crust.
If you're dealing with the Fourth Amendment
Just
case,
a
you're
little
probably
crust.
dealing with someone who has been accused of a crime. And judges just get extraordinarily uncomfortable with siding with the rights of the accused. But the reality is this: if you don't stand with the rights for the worst people, you're not standing with the rights of anyone. It's so easy to do free speech. I mean, I can think of my own experience. I sued the governor of Kentucky on First Amendment grounds when he tried to jail me for going to church. That's a very favorable case. It's very easy to get on my side. I shouldn't have been jailed for going to church just because COVID was going around, obviously. But then when we look at someone entered a person's home without a warrant because they believe that this person committed a murder. That's a very difficult that's a difficult pill to swallow, to say that we're going to exclude all the evidence that this officer found because the warrant was bad. That's a hard pill to swallow, but it's a pill we have to swallow if we actually take the Bill of Rights seriously. And sadly, we have not done so whenever it comes to Fourth Amendment cases. And that's just one of those things I wanted to really drive home, is just that importance when you look at the Fourth Amendment. You look at the abuse of it at the federal level with FISA, with the Patriot Act. You look at it at state level when you have like game wardens, departments of fish and wildlife. And it's insane, especially when you get into the open fields doctrine. I live on 4 acres of land. They theoretically, a fish and wildlife warden could walk through my farm where there are 1,000+ pound horses, possibly endangering their lives and the officer's own life, without reasonable suspicion, without probable cause, because they would call that an open field. It's obscene to me.
And so, unless you guys misunderstand, you can have barbed wire fences up, you can have things that are meant to keep animals in, and basically the courts have ruled that those fences are for animals. They're not meant to keep people out, so people can walk over them, and they do, and they're justified according to this.
That's fucked up.
Unbelievable. Like, you're like, oh, I've got a barbed wire fence up. Like, everybody would know. It's supposed to keep people out.
What if you put up signs that say, no trespassing? Does that still...
Even then, no. For game wardens, for officers, they still consider that open fields, and the Supreme Court of the United States has affirmed that. They've even affirmed it for federal agents with the DEA, by the way. Further, the usual standard that was used was technology, like when we look at the technology to spy on the insides of someone's house. This really matters now, because I can go to a Sportsman's Warehouse right now and get myself a thermal scope for less than $1,000. I will find out though. No, it's good. I'll take you out. It's not that great, but they use the fact that any thermal technology being available under $1,000 is enough to justify a $100,000 thermal imaging device to find out whether or not you have a heat lamp in one of your closets to find out if you're growing pot. And the Supreme Court has found that to be A-okay. So you can use, so they say really cheap, not great technology is available. So we're going to let state-of-the-art technology be as a greater means to spy on you, not only in public, but in your own home. So it's an outrageous proposition. The only thing that gives me a little bit of hope is this new rising standard through the federal courts about whether or not you have a property interest. And the moment you have a property interest, the full warrant requirement comes in. But this is a minority view at this point. The last time this came up to SCOTUS, the Supreme Court decision was 4-1-4. So neither position got a majority. So now it's anyone's game. Hopefully, as the court becomes more originalist and cares a little bit more about what was thought in 1791, hopefully we can get to a 5-vote majority on the property standard. I think we might, but it is a very, very concerning issue when we look at this. The Fourth Amendment was probably one of the most important issues, and to think about the things that we have right now, the biggest blessing, frankly, is what never became law. In 2013, Barack Obama tried to force through a domestic drone surveillance program. Fortunately, Rand Paul was willing to filibuster that. And that unilaterally led to a withdrawal of domestic drone surveillance. But now the technology is getting so much better that we don't even know they don't even need drones to really spy on you in your home anymore.
They don't. And on top of that, they can use aircraft of various kinds. So whether it be fixed wing or rotary, that's an option. It was a regular tool that was out there. It's something that's kind of interesting. If you guys followed the Kyle Rittenhouse case, if you remember, kind of like the big bombshell was that the FBI had so-called drone footage flying over the top of what was going on.
I remember that.
That wasn't a freaking drone, y'all. I don't know if it's ever come out or if anyone's ever talked about it. I've talked about it publicly because I don't care. But there's no chance that was a drone. That was a manned pilot. Like, that's how you know how to follow what was going on. They weren't putting drones up over there. It's really cheap. They've got a fleet of Cessnas that are in almost every field office. Mine had 5. Most of them have 1 or 2. They're up for 4 hours at a time. If you go and follow them on FlightAware, they just do circles over stuff. They just fly over, unless somebody's moving in a on a highway or something where they're actually following them around. Then they do kind of like moving circles. But otherwise, they just circle houses and watch shit. And the funny thing about having a plane up in the air is they're almost useless unless you have spotters on the ground, which means there was probably ground surveillance. There was probably an entire FBI SOG team that was down there on the ground that didn't end up intervening. And I really, really am looking forward to Kash Patel getting in because I got some questions I'd like to go and have analyzed over the last couple of years.
Yo, I'm listening to the Adrian Dittman live stream on X. What do you guys think?
Federal agents that saw that. Not just
that's truly pathetic, right? I mean, we saw the same thing in Portland as well, right, where they would refuse to intervene in violence. You were there, right?
Yeah, I was in Portland in September of 2020, and I was explicitly aware that there was zero chance the FBI was going to back us in anything that involved justifiable use of force.
It's called the School of Recordonomics. It's a whole new field of economic sciences. Recordonomics, digital capital surveillance, storage, retrieval, blackmail.
surrounded my pickup truck while I was on the surveillance. I was 3 miles off the protest that was going on. That was also like every bit of it illegal. They blocked off city streets with no permit. They were burning shit in the middle of people's parking lots on like hotel grounds and stuff like that. They were just making a mess. But I'm way off from it, 3 miles out. And they
Shavua Tova, Brian Shalole, May 53 Saturday.
By the way, the FBI also tracked every bit of their FRS traffic. So if you're broadcasting,
it's an interesting conversation. You guys want to take a listen in?
Couple,
maybe a minute or two.
All the Antifa elements
We're talking.
FRS radios.
This is a former FBI agent and whistleblower talking about government surveillance on Elon Musk's life.
And they were recording it for potential evidence. Those guys were every bit as organized, if not more organized, than every MS-13 neighborhood that we've ever gone into. They had more spotters. They had more people that were more prepared. They had response teams and elements, and they had people from the National Lawyers Guild, which I've had people be very excited about finding out. But the NLG, or at least people wearing NLG shirts and hats, including like one particularly braless woman that we all recognize because she was walking around and bouncing heavily in her little green shirt, was calling out license plates of what she thought were feds, some of which were actual federal agents, some of it were not. They were just people that were parked on the side of the street because they couldn't get through. And then they would send these Antifa idiots wearing like leather jackets and vests and shit like that to go and threaten people. And I had that happen to me. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm pretty confident that if they try to shoot me, my vest will catch it, because I was wearing a vest under my hoodie. I'm fairly confident that I can probably kill like all 6 of them with a rifle that's at my knee if I take a hit. And I was bracing myself to get shot because I knew I wouldn't be able to do it. I couldn't react proactively. I had to wait until they actually did something like put a gun in the window. And that's a terrible feeling to have. And so they did an awful job of that. But we had planes up there following around. We were following weirdos on scooters that were organizing meetings all day long. We had microwave images beamed down from the planes into the actual tablets that we're using. We got to watch through night vision while the Port and Police Bureau got into these LARPing fights with the idiots that were carrying, I shit you not, shields and wooden swords, and they were yelling charge and running through the dark grass, and we were watching that shit. It was hilarious. I mean, it's really funny in so much as you're watching a bunch of LARPy teenagers try to fight with big riot cops that looked like that was their favorite thing in the world to do. But it also was atrocious because we weren't authorized to do anything, and we didn't have any federal statute to be there. And then we didn't go and back up the Portland Police Bureau when they were doing these prosecutions because these were all kind of held under a national security banner. So you never saw these things added into prosecution. You never saw the feds go after them, even though it was pretty obvious that they were probably RICO charges they could have gone with because there was a lot of violence and coercion.
A big part of the reason why there were no prosecutions was because the county DA is, he's Antifa himself, right? He's quite professed.
He was the feds. We were asking questions. We're like, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Why are you not prosecuting cases? Why are you bringing agents in from outside of the field office to come in here and work your cases, which is what they did? And the answer was, we still have to live here when this is all said and done. And this is Portland, and we love our activists. And I shit you not, I was briefed by a very effeminate, 6'7", overweight intel analyst. I don't know why I describe him like that, but it's worth knowing. He was just a really odd-looking duck. And the thing he said was, Antifa is an idea. It's an ideology. It's an ideology. It's not a group. And we're like, the fuck is not.
They're pretty open about it being a group.
You literally brought 7 surveillance teams from across the country to come and backfill the 7 that were here last week. So why are we here for an idea? Obviously, there's something else going on, which all of America saw. I came in right at the tail end of the 100 days of continuous riots every night, what they were declaring. So anyway, this is more kind of fuckery, and all that stuff ends up being justification, and that's when people see politicized nonsense, and that eventually becomes the setups. I heard a little allusion earlier about whether or not they can use the Five Eyes partners. They don't have to do that, man. They don't have to go to the to MI6 and ask them to do something. Although there's cozy relationships with them and all the other Five Eyes partners, Canadians and Aussies and stuff like that. They don't need to, because the tools that are available to the Bureau right now are essentially unlimited. It's only limited by the scruples of the agents that are using them and the inventiveness of what they call the CDC, the Chief Division Counsel. That's the lead lawyer for any different field office. And some are more constitutional than others. In Kansas City, they had a great one. Guess what? He got thrown out on his ass. He was the guy that actually helped me expose that they were targeting Catholics in Richmond, Virginia. He lost his job, and he had been in it for 27 years and had 0 disciplinary actions because he was a stud. So what do you do with that?
That is a big problem, right? So they're getting rid of guys like you, guys like him, people with principles, people with scruples, people who believe in the Constitution, to getting rid of you guys and replacing them with essentially just government enforcers, right? And Cash Patel's coming in. He wants to clean house, but man, where the fuck does he start?
And one thing that
we've shared some ideas. Let me just also say this: if you guys want to read something kind of crazy, it's in my timeline, but it was written by Kerry Pickett. FBI agents are calling in to guys that I know that are out of the game and are kind of receiving, and they share information with journos. Anybody that's been hired in the last couple of years, they don't even know what a domestic terrorist charge would look like. They only know that if they're wearing a MAGA hat, that they're fair game. And this is FBI agents calling and sharing this with journos right now. They're absolutely disgusted if you've been there for a while. So a lot of the new agents have no idea. They've been brought up in a culture that is, I think they said something like 30% of the FBI has turned over in the last 4 years.
Shit. Wow.
So one of the things that I was thinking about of what can be done, just looking at it from a constitutional law perspective, there's a really brilliant statute, 42 U.S. Code 1983. This is the statute that allows for lawsuits for violations of the constitutional rights of Americans. It's the number one statute that I litigate under when I sue a government. That's the statute that I cite to. It's not count one violation of the First Amendment. It's count one violation of 42 U.S.C. 1983, parentheses, First Amendment, or Fourth Amendment, so on and so forth. The problem with 1983 is it does not apply to federal
No, but she looks hot.
It does not apply to federal agencies. The most you can really get out of a federal lawsuit against a federal agency is a declaratory judgment saying that the agency has to stop, which even that's an uphill battle. But the problem is you can't
declare that the person was out of the scope.
Right. Yeah, at that point they're pretty much cooked. But most government attorneys are going to assert one of the immunity doctrines. But you cannot, you can't go for damages, and further, you can't invoke 42 U.S. Code 1988, which allows for attorney fees to be collected. Most people, when their constitutional rights are violated, they can't afford an attorney. I'm a very young attorney, and my hourly rate is at least $250 an hour, depending on the complexity of the case. My clients don't pay that. The government does after I beat them. But as a consequence of 1983 not going to apply there, well, I think Congress needs to make clear that it's applicable, because we're never going to succeed otherwise. And in fact, we're dealing with issues now. The Institute for Justice shined a light on this just recently, that federal agencies are deputizing state agents, so that way 1983 doesn't apply to them as well.
I was just about to hit you with this, because this is the issue, folks. If you don't understand what a federal task force is, what TJ is talking about is exactly it. You can explain some of the other dangers, but I want people to understand. Here's the really wild part about deputizing. What they do is they deputize people either under Title 18 or under Title 21 for investigations. So they give them scope, or they give them 18 and 21, which means they can do drugs and all other federal crimes, essentially. And when they do this, the local law enforcement officer, whether it be a state cop, it could be also a sheriff's deputy, it could be somebody in a police department, so they can go anywhere from state or local. Those people retain the authorities that they might have for their normal job. Let's say you're a police officer in the state of Oklahoma, you can still pull people over in the state of Oklahoma on probable cause that they violate, let's say, a traffic statute. You can go and do that for taillights, whatever it may be. But you can also do investigations that have to do with the federal authorities you now have, which make you a super cop. You are on all levels, and you have the immunity that comes along with being a Fed, as long as the United States Attorney's Office is willing to back you up. It gives them unbelievable, and game wardens don't even, like we talked about why they're so dangerous. Now put a game warden on your task force. Now you can start walking through people's things, because not only do you think he might have a short-barreled rifle, but you also know that he has a deer hunting license. He's got a tag for later on this year. So maybe you want to go start snooping through his freaking safe or looking through his refrigerator and see what he's got in there. Oh, he's got money in there. Where'd that come from? Okay, now we're going to start asking more questions. The really scary thing is when you start having the national security tools on top of it, which is kind of the thing that I kind of focus on. The minute that somebody knows where something is using a non-criminal investigative technique, 702 FISA is a great example of it. A true FISA is a great example of it. Those are not meant for testimonial. Basically the sources and methods are classified, and therefore they're not going to disclose how they had this warrant. They already know what they're going to be looking for is there. They're not going to embarrass a judge who signs off on some very thin probable cause and decides to give you a true search warrant when you decide to go look for some additional crime. Let's say I'm looking into you for, let's say, counterterrorism charges, which is what people get looked at for, and they use FISA on it. We had a guy, and I'm just going to give you one simple example for you to have your minds blown. In the Washington, D.C. area, this is in Woodbridge, Virginia, just outside. 23 years under investigation by the FBI. How many of you are going to survive scrutiny like that? I guess the only person who does that is like almost Donald Trump, but not quite. 23 years they looked at this guy. He was part of a mosque. He was a Muslim guy. He was looked at for counterterrorism, terrorist ideologies. Never had a single thing happen. They ended up arresting him while I was still working for the Bureau over child pornography. Now, I don't want anybody doing child pornography. I don't want anyone sharing it. I don't want anyone enjoying it or trading in it or anything else like that. I think some of those people should be fed to wood chippers, but the government has to go through the process, and the process shouldn't be, we had you under investigation for 23 years. We happened to find a violation after all that time, and it was on your hard drives. And now many people are probably going like, well, how much of that could be planted? The answer is, I have no idea. I've never seen anyone do that. I don't believe that it happens, but I can't rule it out because how the fuck do you keep somebody under investigation for, like a quarter of a century? And this is the massive problem there. Once they know where something is, they're going to know it's going to be there, and they write the other process, and they're going to get it. They're not going to embarrass the judge. The judge is going to be like, well, that's a little bit thin. And they're like, it's there, Your Honor. And then it's like, sure enough, if you shared an email and said, yeah, I'm doing this thing and I got this cash coming in from this deal and you're involved in money laundering, okay, or wire fraud, they're going to be able to find it secondarily. And they may find it through a covert means, but they can go find it overtly. Or the worst case scenario is, Ian, let's say I find that you're doing something shady, nefarious with money and I can't prove it any other way. I just go to one of your buddies and I'm like, hey, I know that you had this money. I know that it was in your comms. I know you guys had this conversation. I need you to come clean with me or you're going to face charges too. And they're like, cool, I'll tell you that I know. Now I have a source. Now I can predicate it off a source and not off the thing that I did, which was intercepts via some sort of electronics.
They're basically using this as justification, right? They're like, oh, this is the source. But in reality, they already knew and they just wanted to get me on something.
Yeah, the term people use is called parallel construction, which is to say they construct the investigation in parallel. They just build another investigation that's called criminal investigation, and it's alongside of a national security. And in doing so, like all evils are covered because you're still a federal agent. You're still an 1811.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's the problem with it is that because you're cross-deputized as a federal agent, if you commit a blatant constitutional violation, there's really nothing I can do about it other than maybe get a court to tell you to knock it off. It doesn't matter if you went to prison because your rights are violated. It doesn't matter if you got the living crap beat out of you, if your speech rights were suppressed. There's no recourse. There's no calls of action. Just because 1983 makes clear it's only for state and local entities. So federal government, which I think we can just take a look at the last 4 years and realize it's one of the most persistently weaponized levels of government. One thing that you can absolutely do is encourage your congressman or congresswoman to introduce legislation to be clear that federal agents can be held liable under 1983 as well. That's one thing you can do. Other things you can do is fight for constitutional rights at the state level too. I mean, just an example, Savannah Maddox in Kentucky, one of my colleagues, is going to be introducing a bill to completely abolish the open fields doctrine that Kyle and I were just talking about. To make clear, game wardens, if you're going on someone's private property for investigative purposes, you better have a warrant. That's what the Fourth Amendment requires. It requires probable cause. And those are actions that you can take. And I'm just giving that advice because I see other state representatives across the country in this audience here. So I just wanted to give that piece of advice. Like, that is something that you can absolutely do. Yes, the U.S. Supreme Court has said the open fields doctrine is okay. That doesn't mean it is mandatory. At the state level, you can have more liberty protective legislation than the federal government requires you to have. That is totally acceptable, and I would encourage you to do that. So that's just something that can be done to fight back on that and actually protect the basic privacy rights of your citizens.
This is all very Soviet Union. Show me the man and I'll show you the crime.
True.
Orwell warned against this, and yet everyone seemed to have read his book and took it as a manual, a guideline on how to run a horrible society. we're seeing this in the UK mostly. It's a lot worse there than it is in the US. And
Yeah, somebody told me that the UK is Facebook in real life. What do you think of that?
Oh, 100%. That's a pretty apt description of it. You say anything, your neighbor, your friend, your family is going to report you to the police, and you're going to get arrested for it because you said something mean and that offended someone.
Yeah, the idea that you're held accountable for somebody else's feelings is wild to me. There are people in this country, in the United States, that would love that. I don't know that anybody could justify it. The sad thing is that I think a lot of people put the blame on the wrong thing, which is also that my buddy Steve had a really, really good point about that. And this is actually timely considering what's going on in the U.S. right now with the last two terrorist attacks that happened on well, let's call one terrorist and one call who knows what the hell it was in Vegas.
Some weird suicide thing, yeah.
Super weird. Lot of questions out there.
Very weird.
He was confidence because the person who's running that field office is a guy named Spencer Evans. He's the guy that enforced the FBI's COVID mandate, and he's a real pussy. And he's probably also going to be the reason why they lose their eventual lawsuit that they have with me because he denied my religious. Here, you'll like this, TJ. They denied my religious accommodation request under Title VII, and they did it in writing, and they cited a findings letter that wasn't released till 5 days after the decision because they hadn't done it yet. So, and the thing that they decided it on was a boilerplate piece of paper that said my religious and/or medical. It didn't have my name on it. It didn't have my field office, and it didn't cite any specifics because they hadn't written it yet. So they actually denied it prior to doing the federally mandated investigation on whether or not I could be accommodated.
That is incredible.
Yeah, so I haven't read the facts of your case, but I do know that your former agency accepts secular exceptions to the rule, so they have to accept religious exceptions to the rule so long as you have a sincerely held religious belief on this. And I envy your lawyers right now.
It's pretty funny, man. I was Catholic Votes Catholic of the Year in 2023 this year that they tossed me out. So I just think it's going to be really funny. I wrote a 3-page affidavit that I had notarized and turned into I had our secretary who was a notary sign it. So I handed this thing off. The best part was I first said I wasn't going to get the shots. So they were like, we don't know what to do about that. So we're just going to put that in a barrel and not ever address it. But they never did. This is the other fun part of it. So my accommodation for the shots was like 3.5 months, never touched. But I put an accommodation request in after they came back and said, anybody who's not going to get the shots, we're basically going to ignore it. We're not going to do anything about it. We're just going to require that you all get nasal swabs and that you upload a COVID test that's negative every 72 hours. And I responded and said, look, as a sincerely held belief, I don't believe in discrimination of anybody, including myself. And this is obviously discriminatory because it only focuses on one group of people. Anybody can get the virus, no matter whether they had the vaccine or not. And by the way, not only do I have a top secret clearance, I've also been a licensed paramedic for over a decade. And I've done thousands of nasal swabs. And there is zero history of ever prophylactically testing for this thing. So I'm just not going to do that. It violates everything that I know about. And they got that thing done in 4 days. I think I turned it in on the 9th. They denied it on the 10th, and they turned it back to me on the 15th with the findings. And it's like, there's no way you can say this was looked at and investigated in any meaningful way. Here's the other best part of it, TJ. I worked remotely. I was one of the few FBI agents who had a remote classified computer terminal, and my job was 100 miles away from the field office because I worked on an Indian reservation that wasn't in the field. It wasn't in the same city. It was on the other side of a military base and over 80 miles of desert sand. So I literally drove for like an hour and a half in the opposite direction of my field office to do any work. And so they didn't need to accommodate me at all because I could literally work from the trailer in my backyard. I had a big Winnebago that was for guests. And I could sit out there on the Wi-Fi and log into the classified network and never bother anybody and go report to an Indian reservation, which wasn't FBI property. That's how wild that was.
See, now that right there is why we need to be able to sue federal agents for damages because you not only need your back pay, which luckily we already have federal statutes for that, but you should have been able to sue these people for punitive damages. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, I mean, just some of my background, a lot of the cases we handle are vaccine related. I'm one of the attorneys that worked on Doster versus Kendall. This was the case where we sued the Air Force for having a blanket policy of denying all religious exemptions to the vaccine requirements. They were, but at the same time, they were exempting secular exceptions. If you had a disease that prohibited you from getting a vaccine, which rightly so, you should be exempted from that. But if we're going to exempt if we're going to give secular exemptions, we better give religious exemptions to these requirements. And it's outrageous. Beyond that, though, my boss who got licensed in the federal courts in California for actually a very similar case where we're still in the University of California system over a student who was unenrolled, despite the fact that she was a remote student. What undue hardship? What undue hardship is there for a remote worker? We just settled a case in the Southern District of Ohio that I was involved with there. I mean, that's the thing of like,
This is Elon Musk.
When it comes down to it, the Constitution, it's one of the greatest documents ever written, but it is only worthwhile so long as you have people who are ready to enforce it and give the provisions effect. The First Amendment, I mean, look, North Korea guarantees a right to relaxation, guys. But do you actually think that has any effect?
Absolutely not.
No. So North Korea, they say you have free speech rights, but no, you don't there.
No one wants to defend it.
Right. No one will defend free speech. Great Britain, they love to claim you have free speech as long as you don't offend anyone, but yet they imposed an injunction not only on their people, but a quote-unquote global injunction on posting or describing what John Venables looks like as an adult. John Venables is a convicted child rapist and murderer who they gave parole because he was younger when he committed his crime. And they made it illegal for anyone on the planet, by the way, to give imagery of him. I violated that multiple times.
There was also a case where a guy sued a newspaper, right? I think it was the Daily Star or something like that, and no one is supposed to talk about it. If you look it up in British courts or the British media, they will report them as like LKY versus KGB or some nonsense, right? Some just random letters. But the American press obviously can cover it. But they say you're not allowed to, right? So you can't even link to it if you're from like a British website. It's insane.
Yeah, and that's why I'm just really glad that 1776 happened and the global nature of those injunctions.
I mean, they were trying to arrest Elon Musk, right? They were trying to arrest Elon Musk.
Yes, yeah, they made that threat. They said that he's saying things that are offensive under their laws and that they're going to drag him back here, which, I mean, you know what, I might just introduce a bill to give Elon Musk sanctuary status in Kentucky if they actually do that. But I doubt Britain is so brave to do that.
No, the Chinese would do it. They'd come get him, but the Brits won't do it. Their rendition program is not strong right now. At least not in the U.S.
They don't have big military.
They have military. They've got great military. I don't think they're going to be doing operations in the U.S. And
I mean, people be like, you had one army, It's like their navy is full of degenerates who are just participating in orgies. Yeah.
So here's the kind of the last shade to all this stuff, because a lot of people on the political right have been excited in the U.S. and talked about, hey, the government's weaponized against us, and the answer is no. The government's weaponized against everybody. You just are the ones that are getting it right now. The problem is because that's where the funding is, and it's partially ideological. The people that are running things are generally sort of left leaning that have been in government and been there long enough. This is a Obama legacy. This is a sort of neocon legacy. But the crazy thing is that they got no problem grabbing people on the political left. And they still do. And there's great examples of it. There was a story. I follow a guy called Trevor Aronson, who I recommend if you guys want kind of a real reasonable voice that has been calling out abuses of FBI techniques and law enforcement in general across the country. And there was this crazy story where basically they took a local cop, deputized her for an FBI task force. She just happened to have huge boobs, which was a big deal for them. And then they came up with the most plausible backstory, which was that she was a hooker. So she was a sex worker, and she was like a recovering drug addict or something. And she went into this deal to meet a bunch of BLM guys. And then she was inviting them back to her apartment, which was obviously set up. And this was like a kind of a trap. It was a legit honeypot. They literally honeypotted these dudes. And when they got back there, thinking they were going to hook up with this sex worker chick, and they were all excited. She was like, yeah, so I really want to buy guns, or maybe my friend who's a trucker who's sitting on my couch randomly here would like to buy guns or sell you guns. I don't fucking know. And then they set them up with guns, and these guys got straight up, what would be normally thought of as being entrapment, but because of the way that the DOJ structures these cases,
you already
they
have
don't
it
fall
as
under
a
the
vote,
entrapment. They
okay.
basically have to give them an out. They
Oh.
basically have to say that the idea was the other person's. They can't introduce the idea and all this other dumb shit that basically makes it not entrapment. But if you read it, you're like, isn't that entrapment? Because it morally feels like entrapment. And a bunch of these cases went in, and people went to jail over it. So, and that was in 2020. So, just like, there's no circle of protection around anyone in particular. If there happens to be a U.S. attorney that's willing to press charges, that's willing to go out there and do the indictment, and there's like a political will in the office to get it, and it changes from field office to field office because every one of those 56, 55 field offices, they operate like a little fiefdom, and sometimes things go. Every once in a while, somebody says, "Hey, we're going to pursue this." By the way, this happened in 2022 or 2023. I had some friends down in, let's call it, West Virginia, Texas, tried to bring some prosecutable Chinese counterintelligence cases. They were going to go put some Chinese spies in jail, and I can't remember if it was over technology or espionage type charges, but it was legit. And U.S. Attorney was on board. DOJ Maine back in Washington, D.C. said, absolutely not. We're not going after China under this administration. And that was that.
Wow.
And so we didn't.
That is insane. So they're able to steal technology. Assuming that's the case.
Billions and billions of dollars annually. It's worse than that. We had professors that would get multi-million-dollar grants to the National Science Foundation, paid for by the American taxpayers. They would go into a U.S. university as being an ethnically Chinese person who had naturalized to the U.S. They would set up some sort of like advanced laboratory, whether it be in geospatial engineering or it could be in like whatever, like GIS stuff. There's all kinds of other nonsense, like advanced technologies, military applications. They would run it on the U.S.-based supercomputers. They would come up with findings. The Chinese would give them a $10 million grant. They would go do a parallel lab. It's known as tech transfer. And they would set up the identical lab. They'd run it on Chinese stuff, and they would run the same experiments, and they would have the same technologies out of whatever it is that they came up with. All the same algorithmic stuff, all the same scientific discoveries. And then basically the professor would profit. And then he would come back to the United States and do more of it because they don't have there's no law against it.
Double dipping. Nice. How is there no law against it? Why aren't lawmakers, concerned over the theft of technology and all this stuff?
I think part of it is because that's the cost of living in an open society. It's kind of like people who say like, well, like how can you have all these guns? It's like, look, the gun didn't do it, a person did it. One of the things is that there's a huge push from people at National Science Foundation and a lot of different companies that spread across multiple, national boundaries. They want to be able to move technologies from one place to another. They want to be able to see, academic advancement, and especially the academics who lean left anyway, kind of more globalist than nationalist. So they think that, information is information and it should be shared. And there's probably a reasonable argument in that way, but maybe the American taxpayers shouldn't have, maybe any taxpayers shouldn't be spending money on it. And it does seem to go like kind of one direction. It's pretty,
right. I mean,
the shit gets exported. You know what I mean? The Israelis don't.
The development of batteries. Yeah, like Chinese batteries, all invented in the U.S., right? They took that technology and actually sold it to the Chinese companies.
That's right. Now, if you look at what the Israelis do, like they're really good at holding on to it, and they use all their advanced technologies as tools of statecraft. So if they have like a cyber weapon, or if they have technologies that are highly coveted by others, they use it as part of the reason that you should be nice and operate with Israel. And that's smart. There's just nothing wrong with it. They're defending it, and they're basically licensing out use of it only as long as you play ball and you play by the rules. So a lot of the cyber tools that are very, very advanced, and NSO is one of the big companies that does it, it's like, okay, well, you want the best, then you have to go out here, and then also don't screw with the Israelis. And because they probably backdoor all the stuff there too. They probably could backdoor into all of it. So I think you just continue it at any time. But it's a tool of statecraft, which is not dumb. The United States is just like, everybody's great and everybody's equal. It's like, I know they're not, because not everybody treats their people the same way. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Elon, what are your thoughts?
Oh, God.
Adrian, are you there?
Fuck you, man.
We're really leaning into this, huh?
That was the last thing I expected, so I had to post the thing I posted up at the top because it's funny because this is how I woke up today. This is exactly how I woke up today. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. And Elon's reverse trolling, but basically it's like saying that I'm him, which is not true, of course. Yeah. By the way, thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming,
Kyle and Roberts. You guys are really cool. It was nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry if the memes are a little bit confusing. We're dealing with a little bit of an adjacent topic, by the way. So that's why Ian is trolling a little bit. But yeah, just sort of figured it out in case you're confused.
I just heard Ian say things that I knew were not true, and I was like, man, those glasses are the wrong colors. They're rose-colored glasses. They should be a lot darker for sure.
Wow.
And it's especially worse. I mean, it's funny. Every thing that Kyle was saying, I'm hearing about all these weaponization of governments, and then I just think, like, yeah, this is even worse when you realize that more than 90% of federal criminal cases actually lead to convictions, not necessarily because the people are guilty, but because of predatory plea bargaining practices that encourage people to plead guilty to crimes they didn't actually commit, including and up to the Supreme Court saying it is okay for prosecutors to threaten to indict your family if you don't plead guilty. I mean, it's an outrageous situation. They violate your rights to get it. Come again, Ian?
All the J6ers, right? The January 6ers, they all pled guilty, even though many of them are simply innocent.
Well, they were all overcharged. I mean, that was the minimum piece. So they were doing it, and yeah, they were trying to do this plea bargain thing. The thing that's actually sort of crazy about all of that is, in theory, okay. And Bill Shipley, he used to be a federal prosecutor, and now he's gone back.
Crew.
Yeah, Shipwreck Crew, exactly. The thing that he said that is so poignant, and it's completely overlooked, and I've heard maybe one or two other federal prosecutors that probably won't last there because they're out of the culture. The only interest that the United States federal government has in prosecution is due process. That's the only interest the government should have, that the process is handled fairly. Win, lose, draw, irrelevant, mistrial, conviction, acquittal. It's totally unnecessary. But of course, you got human beings involved, and this is where it gets problematic. Like the record of whether or not you won, and of course they win 97% of the time, I think is what it's like. Most of them are pleas. A few times they go to trial. Now, here's the other problem, TJ, because this is also true. Generally speaking, when they charge it, they've got it. You know, the joke is among federal agents is that, like, you know, we only catch the dumb ones. That goes right up to the point when they're actually, like, sort of maliciously setting people up, and that's in the counterterrorism space. You get a lot of that kind of bullshit where people are being set up with, you know, they don't have the means, the motive, the opportunity, the capabilities of executing anything. And the only connection they ever had with ISIS was an FBI CHS, an FBI source that claimed to be ISIS that never had any connection to ISIS either. And that always seemed really weird to me. Like, how in the world can you convict somebody of giving money to ISIS when the ISIS person was in fact not ISIS, but actually a federal agent? And that happens all the time for whatever it's worth. That's absurd. It's
and you know, and let's be clear, I don't have a problem with a high conviction rate. Obviously, I wish that 100% of guilty people get convicted. I wish 100% of innocent people do not get convicted. But Blackstone's ratio says it's better that 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man go to prison. And that's a philosophy that the Founding Fathers took in mind when they dedicated 5 of the 10 amendments in our Bill of Rights to people who are facing the justice system. Half of our Bill of Rights isn't for free speech. That's just one amendment, right? Of the speech, religion, the press, petition, and assembly. That's just one amendment. But your rights against searches, if someone suspects you, right? That's the 4th Amendment. Your rights while you are in the judicial process. That's the 5th Amendment. Your right to how that judicial process works. That's in the 6th Amendment. The right to the grand jury issues. The right to the assemblies in the civil justice system. That's in the 7th Amendment. The right against cruel and unusual punishment once you are convicted. That's the 8th Amendment. That's 5 amendments to our Constitution. But we don't treat it like it. The jury right in the 6th Amendment is the most slept on right because it's the ability to face your peers, and it's being denied systematically with whether it be coercion, whether it be if you don't plead guilty now, we're going to put in a superseding indictment and it's going to get way worse for you. We need to bring back the jury right. I mean, I think the biggest case that the Supreme Court came down on this year was not overturning Chevron. I think it was SEC versus JARCSI, which held that you have a jury right when you are going before a federal administrative tribunal for possible penalties. I think that was the biggest one that we got, because talk about a way to grind the administrative state to a halt when they're trying to shut down your gun store because they arbitrarily defined one of your triggers as a machine gun, or or the EPA comes in and says that the water you're feeding your horses with don't comply with their extremely arbitrary interpretation of the Clean Air Act, right? All of these things, you demand jury trials. Now they have to assemble people to determine guilt or innocence. It's no longer these quote unquote Article 1 judges, which that doesn't exist. Administrative law judges are not permitted to exist under the Constitution, but yet here they are. This was a huge win. And I just hope one of these days we respect that jury trial right in the criminal system the way that we now do in our civil justice system.
So I just wanted to add, thank you so much, Kyle and Rob. I think you're doing some great work. So, I mean, I'm generally a privacy researcher, right? So I like to try and use tools which can protect your privacy by design. So to all kinds of well, I wouldn't say all kinds of surveillance, but let's just say mass surveillance. Because if the government is targeting you, like if it's the FBI or NSA or something, with the unlimited resources that they have, I don't want to demotivate anyone, but it's a losing game. But we can very much protect ourselves from any kind of mass surveillance. And I just posted about like what kind of tools that we could use to sort of start with protecting your privacy. You can check my post out. And these have been like very well documented and audited, and I have personally researched myself, so you guys can check it out. And you guys know law more than me, and that's one of the reasons why I generally think there's always loopholes in laws, right? But if you would like to protect your data, I would say trust in math, because at the end of the day, encryption is the only one that's going to protect you. Nothing else. Because think about it, like who else can give guarantees? Privacy guarantees cannot be guaranteed by law. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, you're absolutely correct, because the law only goes so far as people are willing to comply with it. And when you're dealing with things like data breaches and stolen information, you're dealing with people who don't care about legal compliance. So what they do is whatever they can to get access to the data, which includes infiltrations, it includes social engineering. There are so many risks out there that the law does not cover, that the only way you can really be secure is managing your own digital footprint, managing your data, and exactly what Suraj said, encrypt everything you fucking can.
So this is just a gentle reminder for everyone who's using X. If you text someone by default on X, none of your chats are encrypted. And so that pretty much means the admins of X can basically read your messages. I'm not saying they're reading it, but even if X gets breached, all your data and the private messages are leaked forever on the dark web. Just saying.
Also, if you DM me, then the FBI has subpoenaed my records more than once, so that you can get them going there, which is pretty cool too. Elon actually fought that in court in DC. Elon not personally, obviously, but X Corporation actually took that into the appeals court in the District of DC, the DC appeals circuit, I guess. And they were attempting to push back on it after they'd already had to comply with it because the judge had ordered them to turn it over. And we haven't heard a decision on that yet, but I'm kind of interested. It's pretty cool that they actually took it. It was me and Garrett O'Boyle, another FBI agent, he actually still works there, although he hasn't been paid there in 28 months. So does he really work there? Do you really work for a job that hasn't paid you in 28 months, doesn't give you medical benefits, takes away all your authorities and won't let you come into the office? Is that really an employment?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so my buddy Garrett O'Boyle, he's at GOB Actual. If you guys want to look him up, GOB, the word actual. He's a military veteran. He's a former cop. He was a whistleblower, brought a lot of information, including stuff about parents at school boards. He actually went out and documented for Jim Jordan's committee all of the actual parents who were being investigated, specifically after Merrick Garland said that wasn't happening, and a number of other things. He's got about a couple dozen whistleblower activities that he was involved in. Lots of stuff to Congress. The Bureau, against Bureau policy, so it's not against the law, but what they did is they said, the FBI policy says if you're under investigation internally, they can't transfer you. And he applied for a new unit that he and I were both going to go to. I actually got removed before I got to go do the tryout. He went to the tryout, was selected to be part of the unit, so he sold his home. By the way, his wife was pregnant and about to have a baby. Sold his home in Kansas, in Wichita. They went in as temporary housing. And then he went to go report to his new unit, which was outside of Washington, D.C. at Quantico. And when he went to report, they took him into an interrogation room, questioned him about something, and they accused him of several things, including media leaks, which he denied. And I knew he didn't do it because I did it. The thing that he was being accused of was something I had done. And then they suspended him. They pulled his security clearance, kicked him out of the office, and he's been on unpaid suspension for 28 months and hasn't received a paycheck. If he takes another job, they will fire him for cause. If he requests outside employment, he can earn up to $3,000 a year. And he's been reliant on fundraising and charity that we've been able to basically accommodate to keep his family fed. And he has a disabled veteran benefit through the VA. But he supposedly has been an employee for 28 months, and they've been doing internal investigations to try to fuck him over. We've got whistleblowers who've come forward who said, we already adjudicated that he didn't do the thing that they thought. He should have been reinstated automatically, but they continue to screw with him because politically they want to just end this guy, and he just hasn't quit. He's testified in front of Congress. Anyway, there's some real fuckery that goes on. Imagine if they'll do that to somebody that works inside the Bureau. That's not a problem. If they'll do that to another FBI agent, imagine what they'll do to you. And that's really the biggest thing, I guess. Because if you think that these things are all possible, they're not just possible.
I can't turn this background off, by the way.
And once people understand that, it kind of radicalizes it. It kind of makes you want to put like a frog in your profile and tell them to go fuck off.
So outside of encryption, what can people do to protect themselves from agency overreach?
Well, manage your digital footprint. Right? Like, be conscious of what accounts you have, how they're connected to each other, what information is out there online. Be conscious of all the connections that can make their way back to you. Right? If you have a business, if you own a home, there's going to be information that is out there about you, potentially at least. Homeowners, it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But you need to be very careful and aware of what information people can find about you. Things you can do, you can manage search results that show up and turn up results about you. You can request that certain search results be removed. Siraj has given us some good information about how to do that. Just like deleting, shutting accounts down, any account that can have a private setting, make sure that you've selected the private settings so that people can't just view your data. Be careful about what images and knowledgeable about what images of you or your house or the location that you're at are online. Like, think about all those geolocator people and what they're capable of doing, and understand that AI assisted geolocation is going to be even more fast and accurate. So you're going to want to be very wary of anything that is connected to you.
The other thing that people should probably realize is there are ways to almost start from scratch and go completely invisible. If you're willing to move, if you're willing to take a lot of steps, there actually is a book on this. It's a Bible. It's Bible thick. It's hundreds and hundreds of pages. It's called Extreme Privacy. There's a new one issued every couple years. It's by Michael Bazzell. You can read it. And then what you'll realize is that you don't have the attention span, you don't have the interest, and you are not committed enough to actually do it. You can totally do it. You can actually pay him as because they perform a service where if you have enough money and you're willing to go and do all the weird shit, you'll have some third party will go and buy a cell phone in cash, and do it in cash on your behalf and be able. There's techniques and spies and drug dealers and federal agents all do this kind of stuff, like when you want to do it for small, independent little parts of your life. But to do it for your whole life, to put your house in a trust that's set up by somebody else, that's, that ties back to some shell corporation, like it costs a shitload of money. It's really, really complicated. And let's just be really realistic. You're not going to do it. So just know that every time that you sign a terms of service on anything, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's an app, whether it's the phone, whether it's a technology or a subscription to software, every single thing that you're doing that has a digital footprint, you're basically trading your privacy for convenience, as long as you just own it and know that's the case, and then become a proficient firearms owner and user, which you should be carrying that all the time. If you live in America, you can carry it in all 50 states. You're not a bitch. Just saying. If you do that, then the next day it's like, come at me, dude.
Look, so it's actually so you'll find this very funny. When I was running in my primary election, there was an effort to sue me off the ballot because my house burned down, and when the judge ruled in my favor, saying you did not lose your residency just because your house burned down, and you've already rebuilt the house for that matter. What I did in response was I posted my home address online, and the reason why is because anyone who has threatened violence against me either is not serious enough to carry out your own food and clean your water is crucial. We are blessed to have these incredible new technology and ease of access to resources in the 21st century. But you always need to be thinking about, will you survive 72 hours if all that goes away tomorrow?
Here's something kind of funny for most people to think about. Anybody who's living in the first world, if you're talking on this phone, you're already ahead of the curve. My dad used to live in St. Augustine, and he was talking to me about these cattle. They were like Longhorn Andalusian cattle that came in from Spain, and they came and dropped them off. They put them on the overseas, the cross-Atlantic voyage, and they sailed over like a bunch of cows, a bunch of steers and cows, whatever, in a ship.
Did it just cut off? See, this is the problem, Scott. It's like the X live stream actually has technical difficulties. So as a director producer, if somebody's not here at the command station, I lose my whole fucking recording and opportunity to capture more information on the world famous Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, the Dirt Man. I'm about to go pick up a pizza, FYI.
Yeah.
TJ, I've heard of carpetbaggers before, but you might be the first carpet burner I've ever encountered.
That's something else you don't want to talk about.
It's all good. It's been a bit more than a year, so I can take the house fire jokes. It's all good. If I can't take the heat, I'll get out of the kitchen.
TJ, the opening sort of origin story was also the beginning of the show Hung on HBO, if you remember that. The gym coach who becomes a male gigolo. So,
I do.
You went into politics, which is basically the same thing, I think.
I was in politics well before the house fire. I was actually trying to retire from politics in 2019 when I was graduating from undergrad. I was trying to go into corporate law, and then 2020 came around. I almost went to jail for going to church, and I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm not getting out of politics.
Just in time. What the fuck? Man, I hate AI sometimes.
What is that? Are you watching the video of Jay-Z and Diddy?
No. I posted a fucking list and it had AI try to fucking fix the fix the fucking formatting, and like it fucked up the names. Like I don't know why it does that. Fuck's sakes. So now I have to like delete it and redo it because like it's got fucking wrong names on it. Gee, thanks a lot, fucking like god fucking damn it. I'm gonna delete it.
Did you see the Diddy and the Jay-Z video?
No. What was that?
It's really unsettling, but I can't remember. I think Jay-Z is pregnant, and it's Diddy like stroking his pregnant belly. It's really, really unsettling shit. And then they have a baby at the end of it. It's like a mini little Drake, I think, because it comes out with like a beard and looks.
Oh Jesus!
It's a little bearded Canadian baby. It's really unsettling stuff. It's like who's making?
That is really.
Who's making that?
Yeah.
Which one of you is doing that? And how do we get you some more booze? Because I want to see what else comes out.
Wow, that's wicked. By the way, Laura Cat, do you have Signal by any chance?
I do.
Cool. We need to add you into the chat there.
Yeah, DM me.
Awesome. Yeah, send me your details on X. I mean, not on X, on Discord. Yeah. That's another thing we're gonna have to fully flesh out, because I found something very interesting. I think that you may want to even look at. Some really funny shit.
I'm gonna duck out. I'm gonna go see what horrible movie I'm gonna be subjected to. I think it's Made. Have you guys seen Made on what is it, Netflix? It looked like a girl who made bad decisions and made a baby with the guy that didn't love her or something.
Oh my god.
Just watch a good movie. Watch Nosferatu.
I'm married. That's what my wife wants to watch, and like I pretty much choose 98% of the movies. So if she wanted to watch this is what we're watching.
Just scroll the TL, bro.
The upside is I'm going to go into it like probably like 48 minutes deep. So I think it's going to be all right for me. I'm not going to understand what's happening. I'm not going to ask any questions, and might just watch my timeline too. But anyway, I'm going to duck out all over the spot.
By the way, what do you usually watch movies?
I watch anything that doesn't portray real people that actually exist in the world. It's really, really hard for me to watch anything like that. So. Like, I don't mind sci-fi.
Because it's all false, or because it's...
Yeah, it's just really badly done. Like, any of the police procedurals are hard to watch. People say, you gotta watch Homeland, and I'm like, it's so bullshit. I can't handle it. I can't handle any of the stuff that people think is really good and well done dramatically. So it might as well just start with like.
I'm just like wondering, because I've watched this TV show called The Boys. It's insanely extreme. It's like super far removed from reality. It's insane. Do you watch it?
I've seen it. I've seen probably 3 seasons of it. I think it's really funny.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. This is the butcher guy and everything.
It's unnecessarily violent. So,
oh yeah, the comics are even worse. The comics are so much fucking worse. I like had to look into them a while back. Holy shit, man! The Netflix series doesn't even do that justice. It's like a whole lot worse and even funnier in my opinion.
I don't know the ramifications for it.
Sorry, Amazon. My bad.
The premise on the Amazon show, though, is that we're already in an alternate universe, so I can just accept whatever kind of weird shit's going on. Oh, someone squeezed the guy's head. You're gonna go squeeze some dude's head apart. Okay.
Do the fucking opening scene. Do the opening scene for that on season 1. Remember that where like he ran through?
Is that when he runs through the girlfriend?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, holy shit! I did not know what to expect. Then I started watching. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is insane.
But the fact is that like if you had human beings that actually had skills, like they wouldn't do awesome. It's the premise of
this is exactly what it looked like actually. As if it would be reality. Somebody would take the superheroes, commercialize them, and then some of them would do fucked up shit because they're so disconnected from reality. Yeah.
Yes. 100% that. It reminds me of every single time Hollywood has imagined what would happen if people could be invisible. Like every single Invisible movie, the Invisible Man, he's always raping and like peeping Tom. Like why? Because that's what happened. If a dude didn't have any consequences, he would do that apparently, or at least enough of them would that's who would have that power. So yeah, like it's just.
I think realistically, if somebody had the superpower to be invisible, they were somewhat intelligent. I'm pretty sure maybe an agency would reach out to them and be like, hey man, we're going to train you a little bit. Would you be down for this? And we'll give you like X amount of payments, these kinds of privileges. Like, what do you think is the likelihood of that?
I think I would just be hanging out in Nancy Pelosi's office and just doing stock trades. So that's
Oh
what I would
my
do with it.
fucking!
And then
Wow, that's
that's probably just what I would just do because why not? I think that'd be a good place to be. And then also, she had some pretty augmented some cannons that she put on recently that my buddies keep sending me pictures. But that's the other problem.
Oh my
my
God.
friends, I have federal agent friends who send me nonstop, like at least once a day. I get a picture of Nancy Pelosi, which may or may not be real, from various different angles, and it's just like, I've had enough of this. But I imagine that would be sort of like either the fringe benefit or the fringe cost of spying on her when you were getting stock tips. This will
suits up his ass and blew him up. Like that's insane.
But then he was visible, which was wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. It was the fucking Huey guy of all people that pushed the button. Like that was his transformation, I think. That's where it began.
Yeah, no, it's a truly dark show. My wife doesn't like that very much, but she watched it with me for 3 seasons. So that's why I have to go watch Meg, y'all.
That explains it. So she probably had the fucking Homelander look on her face at the end of that.
Yeah, just horrified. All right, see y'all.
See you, man. That was great. Yeah, it was nice. Is TJ still up here? I think TJ's still up here. Let's say both one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, no, I love The Boys. It's a great show. But yeah, just the premise is so outrageous that it's hard not to enjoy it.
It's weird. It's extremely far removed from reality. It has some stuff in it that I think they're trying to push a specific narrative, which is kind of stupid. But realistically speaking, I mean, it's all just bullshit. Literally nothing ever happens in that show. It progresses, but there's always a bigger bad that's not as bad as the previous bad, and that's always the same way that they try to take him out somehow.
Right, pretty much. And I will say, I love that they try to push that narrative, and those of us who can take a joke on the right, we just continue watching, like, whatever. Was that supposed to be an insult? I mean, okay, we'll keep going and keep watching on. It's honestly entertaining. I mean, it's literally just like, oh, these bad guys are masculine, and then the Gen Z right wingers make Instagram reels on how that's literally me.
Made some pretty good memes too. The Homelander memes; those are great.
The Homelander memes are absolutely terrific.
It's so stupid, but I love it. It's like before before that. Which was the movie where was it Falling Down? Was that what that movie was called? Where it was like a guy who decided to just go rogue? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that. Somehow the Homelander memes just eclipsed that meme.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing of like they're trying to make Homelanders the worst thing ever, and it's like, okay, cool, you guys finally made a decent villain. I mean, that's the thing is modern cinema is so one-dimensional nowadays, where it's just everyone where there's no black and white about it, and frankly, the good guys they kind of teach terrible lessons nowadays, especially when you look like Disney, Marvel, or Star Wars nowadays. I talked about a fall from grace. I mean, I grew up on Star Wars and Marvel, and I don't even bother with it anymore because it's so fundamentally unoriginal. And frankly, The Boys is proof that you can be on the left and still put out decent work product that's entertaining, that everyone will watch. So it's not that people are revolting against good work product at Disney. It's that Disney's current product just sucks.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've tried to watch a lot of their recent content. Thus far, I think Loki is the only one that was actually pretty good, in my opinion. I'm not sure if you watched that series. It was pretty decent, I think.
Yeah, I think it was good. It runs into a general pitfall of I'm not the biggest fan of multiverse stuff. I think it's overplayed. But that said, if it's done well, it can be. If it's done well, it can be good. And they did a good job with it in Loki, and they did it, in my view, a stellar job with it in the latest Spider-Man movie. But I don't know how much of that was really Marvel Studios or Sony. So
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, the IP fights are fun.
Oh yeah, they're great. That's why, like, they literally had the physical version of Spider-Man mean take place because they put all the Spider-Man in like one place on that construction site. So that was pretty cool. But there's also I think Marvel itself, from a content perspective, just peaked right up until Infinity War, and then everything just kind of went downhill from there, and I have no idea why. Like, every single movie leading up to Infinity War was just absolutely banger after banger after banger after banger. It was incredible.
And I think a lot of that may just have to be that before Infinity War, they didn't take their audience for granted. They take it for granted now, and they're just like, well, we're just going to plug and chug the same general platform of it, and we're just going to put it out no matter what. And consequently, the work product has just been declining because they think no matter what, people are going to go right back to the movie theater, pay for their tickets, keep their Disney Plus subscriptions up to date because they've got that much buy-in. But that theory, in my opinion, has been thoroughly disputed now. So
don't even get me started on DC. They have a different problem. Their movies are just dog shit, like, realistically. I have no idea what happened to them. They were, like, on a really good path with something like, I think, the Superman movie. Many people disagreed with the Green Lantern, but it could have taken off, but was kind of shoddily made, I believe.
The Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight was absolutely amazing. They had such good movies that came out, you know? You had Christopher Nolan involved and all this kind of good stuff. You had the Hans Zimmer soundtracks coming in. It was absolutely perfect. It was primed. Then for some reason, they just decided, let's throw all of that into the trash and do whatever this shit is. Have you, like, watched that? If I tried to, like, watch one of the recent ones, it was Blue Beetle. I was like, I don't know how much that costs. I don't know how much it costs to make that. But it's probably too much. Whatever you paid to make this piece of shit is way too much. It basically felt like watching one of those badly made college movies. You know, like you're in film school and you're trying to, like, pull something off and you put it together. You don't really know what you're doing, but you got to come up with something, right? You're kind of already stressed and you're behind a little bit. And then you just put something together and pull it off somehow. That's what that movie feels like, in my opinion. It's a great character.
No,
it's just shit.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think the biggest problem with the DC Extended Universe was they didn't have a plan. Right? They start out with Man of Steel. They do Batman versus Superman. They do Wonder Woman. They do Justice League. They just do that over a couple of years. Where thinking about pre-Endgame MCU, they had a plan with it. They had several years of build-up to that conclusion. DC doesn't really have that. They seem to just jump the gun on everything. Like my redeemer for DC right now, maybe a hot take. I'm a huge fan of the Matt Reeves Batman universe right now. If you have HBO, I would highly advise watching Penguin. Colin Farrell absolutely kills it in his role. I mean, it is terrific. I know the Robert Pattinson Batman movie had mixed reviews. I generally liked it, but also that's not part of the DC Extended Universe. So, and my understanding is that they've completely axed it. They're starting over with James Gunn running Superman, which I'm not sure how that's going to go, but I'm hopeful. I'm going to give it a fair shake.
Yeah. I think if they would have, if you look at the Superman universe, because, you know, they started with the first Superman movie there, the modern one, I would say, because they tried a few before that. If they could have just kept going with this exact theme, they could have pulled off something that was very unique. Because I think it's almost impossible to be as close to the source material in terms of the feel of it when it comes to the comics. So you'd have to create some sort of new aesthetic in order to basically continue on with it somehow. You know, just reimagine it a little bit. All of the plot stays the same. The causality never changes. It is perfectly in line with the comics, but the feel of it is a little bit different. It's also the reason I think a lot of people watch anime, not just for the storylines, but also the art is pretty good, actually. Right? So you can tell shittily made anime with bad art that's like, what am I really watching here? But if you had the aesthetic nailed down, and I think the aesthetic was perfect for something like, you know, the Superman movie, they could have just kept that going. You know, it would have been a very cool interpretation of the comics, very cinematic. I think it was a great flavor that they could have gone with, but they just decided, you know, man, we're just gonna dial up the saturation a little bit in terms of colors, turn everything into what it feels like to play Path of Exile 2 in first person, and call it a day. That's really what it felt like. That's also what the latest Flash movie was. I'm not sure if you watched that. I watched that. That shit literally felt like I was playing a fucking PS5 game or some shit. It was insane. I was like, what the fuck is this?
It felt like I was wearing a VR headset.
It felt like a fever dream. And
it was kind of funny because of that, in a sense, but like it was really stupid. And they threw away such a good storyline with Flashpoint. You know, there was the animated series around Flashpoint where all the Earths started getting erased, and because they had to fix the specific timeline, they could have actually done that. They could have really went in on that, but they didn't. You know, they forgot. They kind of tried to make it like that, but then it just kind of fell apart. Major L for DC, in my opinion.
The biggest L for DC was not somehow talking Christian Bale to just staying, to be honest with you.
Oh my God, yes.
That was the worst decision ever made in all movies. Probably the last 20 years of filmmaking was not keeping Christian Bale in that position.
Dude, the new Superman, really? That? Come on. You can't. That's not progression. You cannot do this. You have to bring Cavill back, man.
I hate to even say it, but like I would say that too, and it's super disrespectful to Man of Steel and Man of Steel 2 to not even give it a Man of Steel 3. And like I know everybody's gonna say that Justice League was kind of like the nail in the coffin for it, but like Superman came way too early and Batman came way too early, right? Like Superman should have came in between the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Rises. And after the Dark Knight Rises, it should have been like Man of Steel 2, and then it should have been Justice League with Christian Bale, and that would have changed the whole aspect. Like this new Batman, like Robert Pattinson, like I mean, it was dark, it was different, it was not the same type of Batman, but like if you're gonna do that type of Batman with Robert Pattinson, it should have been Batman Beyond. If you were gonna do that, if you remember Batman Beyond, the animated series, so it should have been that, but it wasn't. It wasn't a modern 2045 Batman with Bruce Wayne or Christian Bale or something being an older, you know, Bruce Wayne. You know, it was something that I don't want to say felt rushed, but it wasn't that good.
I will make a brief defense of the Robert Pattinson Batman as it was. My thing that I love about it is it goes back to that classic of world's greatest detective type of vibe, which is something you really didn't get to see in any other live action Batman. So that's why I kind of enjoyed it.
I'm definitely not against it. I'm definitely not against it. So don't take it that way. It's just like when you compare all of the Batmans, it doesn't matter which actor it was, Christian Bale stands out so far ahead of everybody in terms of like, yes, it was Christopher Nolan, and I get it. Like,
he was the Batman.
He
was the Batman.
Like, it doesn't matter. Even if he's in another movie, you're still like, that's Batman. Like, it's the same way that Robert Downey Jr. is even if it's Robert Downey Jr., he's still Iron Man. He's not Tony Stark. Like, that's just what it is. And sometimes you kind of have to lean into that. And when you do, you get great cinema. Like, for example, everybody wants Matthew McConaughey to do Interstellar 2, right? That movie was filmed perfectly. Another Christopher Nolan film, I know. But, like, it's just that good. Just stick with it. If the wheel, you know, is already rolling, don't stop rolling. You know, keep going.
I just saw the most disgusting tweet.
What'd you say?
What's that?
So, you know, there's the grooming gang thing. It happens, right? It's fucked up. Sulaiman Ahmed is defending it. I'm sure you guys are quite familiar with that character. Spaces and so on.
Yeah, you guys want to let Mandy up by chance?
Let her up.
Miranda, you should see her down there.
Well, I'm not a moderator. But no, yeah, that's a thing I saw. It's on my timeline. That is seriously fucking disgusting. He said that social workers claim that consent was given by these women, and when consent is given, there is no rape and there cannot be any grooming, and as a result, this would be a non-case. This point is ignored by those who want to create a propaganda campaign against Pakistanis. So essentially, their defense by a lot of these people, which I'm seeing, I think Mehdi Hassan is another one, is the claim that there is no, in fact, no child grooming, there is no child rape, there are no gangs, and that all of this is simply a propaganda campaign against Pakistani British people. Right. Even though the courts would entirely disagree with them, and there's significant evidence that many children were raped. Yes, it's all made up, guys. It's all made up.
And also, just to be abundantly clear, children cannot consent to sex. They just cannot. And that's the thing. The age at which these people are, even if they theoretically, quote unquote, consent, it's not consent. They're not at an age where they can consent. Their minds haven't developed in that way. That's why age of consent exists. And it doesn't matter whether or not in the backwards culture that Britain, for some reason, is trying to defend here. It doesn't matter. That would be sufficient then. By every Western standard, these are children. They can't consent. It's rape, and these people deserve to die in prison for what they're doing in Britain.
They should be hanged on the streets. There should be lamp poles littered with their fucking corpses. I'll go on record in saying that. It's fucking absurd that anyone in this day and age, right? This is not the 12th century, right? Thinks that this is okay. These are literally children. Literally children.
I mean, the notion that children can consent to sexual activity of any kind is gruesome. It's barbaric. It's absurd.
Yep. But yes, it's all a propaganda campaign, and none of this happened. They're all liars, you see. All liars. Never mind the evidence. How fucked up is that?
It's just an Occam's razor thing. It's not difficult. I mean, it's obviously happening. It's
still happening too. It's still happening.
Right. Right. And people are being arrested in Britain for calling it out. It's obscene. I mean, one of the things that just outrages me is just like, as an American taxpayer, my taxes go to the national defense of nations who condone this nonsense, of nations who imprison people for criticizing their government. It's just absurd. I mean, I'm against foreign aid wholesale, but I'm sitting here, it's like, why we are paying for the national defense of say, Britain right now when they're doing this, it is obscene. It sickens me.
Something needs to give. Something needs to change. The British government needs to be completely dismantled.
I mean, theoretically, the king has the authority to dissolve Parliament and call for a new election,
but he refuses to do anything. He refuses to do anything due to process, as was explained to me by a number of British people in my DMs. And I say, fuck process. Children's lives are at stake.
Oh, wait, what? But you can't just say fuck process.
Yeah, fuck process. So you're the king, and you have the ability, the means to do something, and you refuse to do it because of process.
I thought you were saying something else, like
no
court process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the king. Yeah. The king has the means to do so. He has the authority to do so. He refuses to do anything due to process. Absurd. How is he a king, right? How is he a king? How is any king? A king is supposed to be benevolent. He's supposed to care for his subjects. Okay? Even get rid of the democracy thing. A king is supposed to care for his subjects. A king who does not care for his subjects is not a king.
Well, and the other thing is he has options, like, beyond just doing that. He could also put it up on the table and say, hey, take it seriously, do something, or I will.
Yep.
That's all it takes.
Absolutely. That's all it takes. A threat. A threat is all it takes. And they will act. Parliament will act. Britain is a fucking joke of a country.
I don't think it's gonna go as well as you think, though. If he threatens to do that, the Parliament will be going the whole way of removing all his powers and just making him a ceremonial role.
Good, get rid of him. He's useless anyway. Britain as a whole is a degenerate, corrupt society that does not deserve to exist in the 21st century. Its time has passed.
Well, I think you've got to be careful about throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater there.
There's nothing good. They don't benefit the world. All they do is contribute climate change bullshit and fake science. You remember COVID? That all came from there, right? Millions will die unless we take the jab. Millions, billions even will die unless we do the 6-foot distancing. All based on fake data, fake stats, and they put out a crappy drug that made people sick to the point where it had to be recalled. That is Britain. That is its legacy. Yes, I'm upset.
Ian, you'll at least be condemned to know. At least in America, we're putting up a fight. I mean, here in Kentucky, I've got some colleagues, and I'm signing on to this bill immediately. But my colleagues Candy Massaroni, Steve Doan, Steve Rawlings, and Josh Calloway put forward a bill for if you rape a child in Kentucky, you are eligible for the death penalty.
Good.
And
Good.
I plan on co-signing on to that. Bad news that we have is the Supreme Court back in the day said that it is unconstitutional to ever execute anyone for any crime other than homicide. But I think we have the votes in the Supreme Court to overturn the case, and I'm ready to take it all the way to the United States Supreme Court.
Good. What are you going to do if they decide that it's not rape? Like they did in Britain.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like they did in Britain. Like, what if that language comes here?
I mean, if we get so bad that language comes here, it's going to be time to completely to reconsider the fact that there is a provision of our Constitution that tells you how to do it all over again in Article 5. And at that point, I think it's time that we figure out where this claim that that's not rape is coming from and just seclude them and invoke Article 5. And by the way, you can, under Article 5, remove states from the Union with their permission. It's like, you guys are just gone. Done. That's like I guarantee it would come from like California or New York or something. And just looking at the Electoral College, I think a whole lot of the Americans would agree that we might be better off if we just go our separate ways from them.
I mean, to me, I would see it as confirmation of the conspiracy theories about pedophiles at the highest levels of government. I mean, that would be a drastic change.
It sounds like you know, was it TJ? Hi, nice to meet you. It sounds like you know about law related to this stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, I do constitutional litigation primarily, but I also do some civil litigation and criminal defense law.
Okay, so you wouldn't know about Britain. I was curious, like what if any legal processes are there to deal with people who say things like when they came out and said, oh, they were consenting, so there's no crime. What do we do then?
We do have someone in the audience who is a licensed, I believe, solicitor in the UK, Preston. We might want to bring Preston up to talk about that specific topic.
Yeah, Preston, I know you're in my DMs. If you want to request, I can bring you up.
I'll get, while Preston's coming up, I'll handle it from an American perspective. I mean, if a government official says that, there are censures, there's expulsions. If it's a legislator saying it, you can expel them. All 50 states have expulsion motions. In Kentucky, I know it's a 2/3 majority to expel a member from the legislature. Further, some states have recall petitions where the citizens can force a recall vote on whether or not this person stays in office. If it's executive branch, they can impeach them. I know that. Generally speaking, constitutionally, you can impeach civil officers, so the executive or the judicial branch. I will say, if a judge in Kentucky ever says that our age of consent law is unlawful because it's not rape because the child consented, I would immediately file articles of impeachment and force a vote on impeaching that judge. And by the way, in Kentucky, our impeachment area once you're impeached, not only does it remove you from office, but it bans you for the rest of your life from ever receiving any position of public trust or profit in Kentucky. So you wouldn't even be eligible to receive unemployment or food stamps in Kentucky. I would absolutely do that. There's also the good old-fashioned election to run them out. I mean, there's a judge who I am vying to destroy, and who is one county over from me. And the reason why I am looking to destroy this judge politically is because she gave a no jail time misdemeanor sentence to an 18-year-old who raped a 13-year-old. And because he got no jail time, because he was free to go, he then 3 years later came to my district and committed a mass shooting at a birthday party, killing multiple people. If he had gotten what I view he deserved, which was the death penalty because he raped a 13-year-old in the first place, he would have never had the opportunity to take those lives. So I fully intend to go after that person with the full force of whatever political machines I can invoke in Kentucky.
I've got a follow-up question. What, if anything, have we done in that vein to people who use language in similar ways about, like, some protests are, righteous, but some of them are illegal? Like the all right-wing ones were crimes, but all the left-wing ones were like fun, and like all the stuff, all the other things that are going on that they use twisted language for, like the imposing, basically trans brainwashing on kids in schools, and there was a third one that's escaping my mind, but do you understand what I mean? How they use language?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the manipulation of language, and that's important. And that's one thing. Like, we as Americans, we as human beings need to own our words as well, right? And that's one of the things. Is the first thing you can do is just refuse to play their game. Don't use their rhetorical parameters. And that's one of those things, like what you're talking about, but also mobilize. I mean, I can speak as a politician on this. The number one source of fear for politicians is a large number of angry voters. And we can think about that ridiculous omnibus bill that was trying to go through in Congress. The thing that got Congress to go to a much cleaner, I would still say was a bad bill, but was a much less bad bill, was the ex-grassroots, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Trump, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, all these people came together saying, like, this is a horrific bill, and they mobilized their supporters and got to work on that. Likewise with yours, I mean, I'm thinking, for example, all the right-wing protests were criminal acts. Well, let's be clear, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger will never hold elected office in the United States of America ever again as a Republican, ever. It'll never happen. They're unelectable because of it. And that's the thing of just showing that there are consequences to bad political behavior. That works. There is a state representative who is very close to my district who claims to be a Republican, but when it came time for us to ban the castration of children in the names of transgender nonsense, she not only voted against doing so, but she stood on the House floor and called us Neanderthals for trying to protect Kentuckians. She had hundreds of thousands of dollars in her reelection campaign, and this really nice old lady who just cares about her granddaughter's future ran against her, raised about $8,000, and she only lost by 84 votes. That sent a message, right? She didn't win, but it sent a message. It bloodied that politician to where I suspect that this individual is going to be voting a whole lot more conservative than she has in the past. That's just some thoughts that I have there, is utilizing the tools available to us. If you're in a state with school choice, so in other words, a state other than Kentucky or Wyoming or Montana, I would recommend in taking advantage of those programs. If you're capable of homeschooling, that's great, or a private school, or just going to a public magnet school or using charter school systems, so that way your children their destiny is not tied to their zip code. Those are some things that I would recommend doing, and just being involved. And if you see, if your child comes home from school and they're asking you whether a boy can be a girl, it's probably coming from that school. And that's when it's time for parents to step in to ask those questions. Get involved in school board races. Those are extraordinarily easy to run in. My home county, I mean, we are in the process of taking our school boards back from hard left individuals who just go in because our school board races are nonpartisan and they just pretend to be conservatives and then they vote like anything but. So, my big thing is just push back, own your words, refuse to play in the left's framing, reframe the conversation, get involved and make sure that we hold these people accountable for trying to destroy reality.
It sounds like most of what you recommend is centered around getting large numbers of people to care, which I'm a little black pilled on. It's like
I'm not trying to get large numbers of people to care. I'm trying to get the large number of people who already care to mobilize.
That's
the overwhelming
different. Yeah.
So let's take an example. So my state house district, for example, it's deep red. The Republican will get at least 65% of the vote, no matter what. I got 70.4%, which means I got a decent number of the independents too. I'm very happy with that number. But the primary election, as a consequence, really decides that vote. There's 45,000 human beings in my district, and realistically, only 6,000 of them will vote in a primary election. It was actually low. That's like the absolute max that I'm going to see vote in a primary election, by the way. Only 5,000 people voted in and actually less than 5,000. It was like 4,500 people voted. So about 10% of my population voted in my primary. Now, I will say it was much, 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 much higher in terms of people who were eligible to participate, because not everyone's 18, not everyone's a citizen. And in Kentucky, we're closed primary. You have to be a Republican to vote in a Republican primary. So realistically, it was about 30%. So those are the people who care. It's finding those people who care enough to show up, to be on your side and to echo your message. So that's realistically what you want to do, right? So like when I'm talking about those school board races, don't go to people, for example, who are not going to vote anyway. Go to the people who already are voting. The most important people are the people who voted 4 out of 4 times, for example. Going to those individuals are the process. This is known as the Lincoln 4-step, and it's how Abraham Lincoln won his elections. 1, find out who is going to make a list of everyone who's going to vote. 2nd, identify the decided voters. Step 3, find people who are trusted by the undecided voters and have those trusted people talk to the undecided voters. And then step 4, mobilize all the people who are going to go for you. It's all about the data collection. Everything you do is data collection. Every time I knocked on a door, I was collecting data. I was finding out if someone was planning on voting in the primary, whether they had decided one way or the other. And if they were undecided, I was having a conversation with them. Only once I had pretty much identified and spoken with every undecided person did I go back to my opponent's supporters and have individual one-on-one, really, really, really long-form conversations with them to try to win over as many of them as possible. It's just a matter. You're right. It's very difficult to cure the apathy of someone.
Right.
Now, there's rare occasions where they will, like Ron Paul in 2008, Donald Trump in 2016, got a whole lot of people who didn't care previously to suddenly start caring. That's awesome. COVID got a lot of people who didn't care to suddenly start caring. Trump 2024 as well, right? All of these, and you should lean into those movements, but don't try to force those movements. Those movements only come naturally. Find the people who care already and mobilize them. That's more what I'm getting at.
Okay. I mean, I understand all that, but for someone like me, I move around a lot. I'm pretty socially detached at the moment. I kind of want to have ways of, I have an audience now. I want to be able to tell them what they can do, and I'm not sure if it would work for me to say, like, get organized locally. I don't understand anything about that. it makes sense what you're saying, but I'm kind of just like in a place where I know that most people are atomized and isolated and sitting at home, and the people who do care, we usually just look at each other and just go, what are you gonna do? What are we gonna do? Someone should do something, but then no one does anything. And I'm looking for strategies that I can either share or develop with the people that listen to me.
So I'll say you're using a platform that can allow for greater organization and mobilization.
Sure.
X was actually instrumental in my campaign. Over 10% of my budget was done by fundraising on X Spaces. Actually, it was like people would host spaces to just ask me questions, and I would not be really forceful about it, but every now and then, like every 15 minutes, we just say, by the way, I'm running for state representative. If you like what you're hearing, I'd appreciate a donation at votetjr.com/donate. You know, just things along those lines.
Yeah.
But realistically, spaces, group chats is a way to like make sure that these problems are being identified. It's where you can find people who have been involved in campaigns. I mean, that was the thing. I've been on more campaigns than I care to list off on this space. But you can absolutely use this platform to make a difference, even if you're relatively socially isolated in person. And it's when you find people through this platform just that are near where you're at. I just ask if they'd ever like to meet, go grab coffee, go grab a bourbon or something along those lines, and just meet up from there and organize accordingly. And the reality is this: politicians love to say that they only care about what the people in their districts are saying. That's just not true. And the reason why is because we know full well that anyone can come from anywhere to knock doors in support of my opponent. Right? So a huge, I mean, there's the state representative in Kentucky, down in central Kentucky, who just attacked Thomas Massey completely unprovoked, just entirely horrible neocon who voted to keep vaccine mandates in Kentucky, openly praised Joe Biden for his mandates, and she has an R next to her name. And she got ratioed to high heaven just today on X, and it sends a message. It sends the message that people are fed up with this, and the reality is this: most of the people that went after her probably don't live in her district, but they can come in and knock doors. They can donate to the opponent. They can organize together to do digital ads and just let people know, like, hey, this person's terrible and needs to go. Those are all things that people can do that they have done before. Those are issues that I would urge everyone to get involved with. And if you're looking for more local involvement, I know you travel around a lot, but if you have a permanent base set up, I highly advise get involved in your local community organization. Like in Boone County, Boone County, Kentucky, we have one of the most active Republican parties of all time, and that's why, like, I'm just one of the many state reps that come out of Boone County. We're one of the more populated counties in Kentucky, but if you look up Northern Kentucky's dynamics, like the hardcore, like Ron Paul, MAGA, Pat Buchanan type state reps, we're all up in Northern Kentucky, and it's because we have really great infrastructures built up. So getting involved and just, you can always start small and understand you're never too big to take out the trash. You're never too big to do the small tasks. Yeah. So those are some of the things I'd advise.
All right. Well, I took notes and took down your name. I'll check with you later. I hate to be rude. I have to run, take a really annoying phone call about taxes, but thanks for that. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Excellent. Super fun. Hey, Mike. Guess I'm off the Elon. What do you think of this discussion?
I saw the recent thing. Yes, it's Oh my God.
He's just doubling down. Yeah. Every time I tweet about it, he just likes one of my posts.
So, Preston, I actually do want to hear what those processes look like. I don't know if anybody else is interested, but I am.
So there were like two questions, right? One of them was if like an MP or a government official mouths off and says something stupid, how do you deal with it? And what was the other one?
I think the other one was how do you get the king to do something about the government, especially if the government's allowing its citizens to basically get gang raped, hundreds of thousands of them. Like,
yeah,
what's the process of that?
So I guess MPs really all power in the English system. They don't have a single constitution, which is a common reference point which the judiciary can use to restrain the power of the executive or the legislature. Parliament is sovereign, it's supreme, and so all power is vested in the king in Parliament, exercising his power to pass bills. So effectively, you have a dictatorship of the majority, where once you get the majority of the seats in Parliament, you can effectuate change fairly rapidly if you want to. Now, this has there are two sort of consequences of this. The first one is that when you get an establishment party like Labour, which is very well represented by the trade unions and in the civil service, and then Labour kind of goes out of power and you get someone like the Conservatives coming into power, not a whole lot changes. The Conservatives are very much Labour driving the speed limit because the institutional power in the civil service and various other places around the country is there, right? And it's entrenched.
It's all entrenched, right? It's essentially a uniparty.
So the second consequence of that is, however, if you can get a majority of a sufficiently radical group, for example, like a Javier Milei-style leader, Nigel Farage potentially is that man.
I don't have any faith.
Nigel Farage! Well, I mean, once they're in power, like, there's nothing you can do to stop them or dislodge them from power. So essentially, the king might be able to dissolve Parliament, which is one of the powers. Dissolving and convening Parliament is one of the powers that's still the monarch's. Even though it's usually done, with the advice on the advice of the Prime Minister or Parliament itself. So in terms of what you can do to remove someone who mouths off, you could expel them from the House of Commons. That is exceedingly uncommon. I think the last time it happened for anything other than a serious criminal offense was in 1947, and it's only happened twice for people who haven't committed.
I know, but I love listening to lawyers talk. They're so smart.
I mean, okay, so I'm forgive me, but I don't have the exact date, but there was a sort of farmers' revolution, right, in the 1400s, in which a whole bunch of farmers, not even barons, right, I'm not referring to the whole King John thing, which was much earlier, a whole bunch of farmers sort of banded together and they made a whole ruckus around the whole countryside, and then they forced the king to meet them and to accede to their demands. Is that a thing that could happen in a modern time? Where the vast majority of, say, people in Britain rise up and basically force the king to actually use his powers against the ruling government. Is that a possibility that could happen? Since that is a precedent.
Yeah, so
I know it was years, but yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, it bears mentioning that the only people with guns in England are barber-wearing farmer types wearing tweed and barbers, which is really based, and which is why we should all wear barbers at all times. But that's like, that's going to be the uniform of the revolution. It's going to be barbers and a tweed vest. So if it happens, I don't see that. I don't see that really happening. The problem with the king engaging in the unilateral exercise of prerogative power, which is traditionally exercised by his ministers, and the king's just sort of there to kind of wave the magic wand to make it all official, is that if the king were to do that, it would immediately trigger a constitutional crisis, right? So if the king were to...
Is that a bad thing, though?
And try to push Parliament around, the likelihood is the king wouldn't survive that fight.
You see that happening in France right now, right? They're undergoing a constitutional crisis with the dissolution of the president basically got kicked out, right? And in Germany, we're seeing the same thing where they're almost at a constitutional crisis. Not a bad thing. I mean, isn't that a thing that seems to be where Europe is headed in general? That seems to be the general trajectory, right?
Yeah, it's a little different when you're a monarch because they're kind of the last one standing. And keeping in mind that the last, or at least 2 Charleses ago, the first Charles who sat on the British throne, Charles I, he sort of lost his head. And
There's never been a good Charles in history.
His head was separated from his shoulders, not that he lost his mind. So I think that it's really, I don't think it's an interesting concept. You know, if the king felt very strongly about a particular issue, there have been occasions where it has been suggested via back channels, for example, over the last 50 years, maybe a dozen times, that royal assent to a bill's passage might be withheld when normally royal assent is automatic. So royal assent is the equivalent of the president, signing a bill into law, except it happens automatically once the House of Lords and the House of Commons have agreement on the form of a bill. So there are back channel ways that the monarch does influence political stuff going on in the country. But a confrontation that direct, where they said, listen, I think that there's this one issue, and it's been so, it's so important to me that I'm going to dissolve Parliament and force you to call a new election. I mean, there's a question of whether the king actually has that power. He certainly, no monarch has used it in that way that I can think of in memory. So it would be an interest. I mean, ultimately, the decision, if there were going to be an election before 2029, it would have to be because Labor was such a shambles that it resulting in internal divisions.
Please, Trump, force your hand. Tear the shit out of him.
I don't know if Trump could do it either. I mean, but you'd have
tear the shit out of Britain, right? Tear the fuck out of it.
He could, but I think if you create internal divisions in Labor that result in, for example, Starmer losing a confidence vote among the members of his own party and having to step down, and then you get progressively worse leadership, coming up from the ranks. These are not the people who run the Labor Party are not. They're career union people, career bureaucrats. They're not really. They're not dynamic. They're not particularly interesting. And in my opinion, and I don't like to say stuff like this, but I don't think they're particularly bright. Tony Blair was brilliant, right?
He was. Yeah, he was a bad man, but he was brilliant.
Amazing. I mean, he wasn't great for the country. He signed the firearms and pistols, which I wasn't a big fan of. But he was totally a once in a generation type of political talent. And there's nobody in the Labor Party who really meets that description. And there's frankly only, I think, one person in the entire country who meets that description at the moment. The Tories have a pretty thin bench as well. So it'll have to be Labor splitting up or something happening internally that results in the party polling just so low that they decide, I don't know why they would, but calling an election to destabilize, some elements in their own party or something. But as far as I can tell, barring something like that, which I can't imagine they would do.
External pressure, Elon Musk.
There's some weird external circumstances that causes them to.
It could happen. And by the way, just briefly, right? I just want to briefly say, guys, Americans who are listening to all of this, do not give up your guns. Do not give up your guns. Otherwise, they'll turn to Britain. Okay?
I have a recurring nightmare because obviously I'm an American and I lived over there. And I had one recurring nightmare when I was living there, and I have one recurring nightmare now that I've moved back. And the recurring nightmare is that I wake up, I'm in my apartment on Tooley Street, and I somehow have my Glock with me. And I'm like, oh shit. What am I going to do? And I have a firearm and lots of ammo in my apartment. What am I going to do? And I've sort of done the analysis on that, the Jungian sort of dream analysis, and I've determined that basically I loved living in the UK. I still love it. I go there 5-6 times a year. However, I totally can't stand the fact that it's way too expensive to have a truck, and you can't own a gun, and you can't speak your mind, and you can't do this and you can't do that. And as an American, it's particularly if you have any interest in civil liberties whatsoever, right? There's, I sent you a post, Ian, that I wrote in 2016. And I was at the time, I was writing for a think tank, working at a big law firm over there. And I was just getting really fed up and feeling the pressure of living in a country where there isn't any political freedom. So I wrote this 8,000 word blog post basically saying, listen, here's everything that's wrong with the United Kingdom. Here are all the Bill of rights that the Americans have that the British don't. And like, here you go. Here's the big table, and spread this as far and wide as you can, because the only way the Brits are going to know that their situation is terrible if they realize how much better we have it in the U.S. And it's a really weird place, and the only thing that's going to change it is dramatic reform at the top, which is then followed by the gutting of the civil service. I mean, these cops who are running around central London, cracking heads and arresting people for saying offensive stuff, you could change the free speech law all you want. The prosecutors and the judges in the United Kingdom, aren't equipped to handle American style free speech. They would immediately revert to enforcing whatever new rules they had after you had some type of high level constitutional change. They would immediately begin interpreting it in such a way that it worked exactly in the same way as the old system. So you need to both replace all the legal rules, and then you need to fire every single person who is responsible for implementing them. And it's a huge task. And it'll take many, many years to get it done.
That's insane. Britain needs a revolution. And the revolution, I feel, I know this sounds seditious, and I'm not British, so I don't give a fuck, will be live streamed, probably on X.
I saw someone post, I'm not sure it's going to be a revolution. I don't think you can do that in Britain these days, given how
it's heavy surveillance society. It's Orwellian.
I heard someone post the other day, they said the West is going through glasnost, right? Where all of these old lies that everyone believed, that the media told you, and that your institutions told you, and that your HR department tells you, all of those are getting swept away in a preference cascade. And we don't know where it's going to end, right? It's going to start with crises in confidence in governments, and maybe we're going to see governments that are more right-wing than, for example, Hungary's government being installed in Germany or Italy or France or even the UK. But this is like a multi-decade process that's starting to play out. And I don't think Britain gets a revolution. I don't think the people just don't have the taste for it. They're just not.
I don't think the people are just fucking apathetic. All they do is they get drunk and then they watch football, and that's the only thing they're mad about.
England is a beautiful place. The people who live there are wonderful.
Are they?
Yeah, they are. But
they seem pretty apathetic to all the shit that happens. I know a lot of British people, and I'm friends with them, but the general sentiment I get is that nobody really gives a fuck about anything.
They care a lot more than they used to. And they care in places and among people who used to think that, I remember I've been doing political stuff over there for 10, 12 years or so. And when I started doing it, a lot of my friends were like, mate, that's pretty cringe. Like, you're very earnest. You should really knock that off and just go have more fun and enjoy your life. And those people have now begun to recognize that there are problems, and they're not alone. There are millions of people who know that. Free speech is very similar.
What's something that's been bringing
10 years
joy
ago,
to
or
women?
6, 7 years ago, even, you couldn't get anybody to recognize that free speech was a problem. If you told someone in the UK you don't have the freedom to speak your mind, they would laugh at you. They weren't even aware that the problem existed. And now it's just common knowledge everywhere. Particularly among people in technology and business, that Britain has all these speech restrictions, and they've lost the argument, right? And losing the argument is the first step, right, to actually getting political change. Because I don't think anybody would agree that Britain at this point, maybe in 2018, when you had the Stanford Internet Observatory and Graphica and companies like that were still broadly listened to here in the United States, and everyone bought that line of shit that they were spinning about misinformation, disinformation, and why we needed to censor the internet. But after Elon bought Twitter, the preference cascade began, where everyone said, actually, no, nobody actually believes this. We think it's all horseshit. And the important thing is that you have the free and open exchange of ideas on the internet, because that way people will find the truth through a dialectical process all their own, right? They'll debate it, they'll argue about it, they'll synthesize ideas, and then they'll come up with whatever the truth is as a result of that process. So that argument has now won, right, pretty conclusively. You no longer see good right-thinking opinion in corporations or universities seriously saying that censorship is a good thing. And that's the first step, right, is that we had to basically sweep away, the perception that everyone actually agreed that censorship was good. And once everyone saw the emperor had no clothes, I mean, it's amazing how quickly it evaporated in 24 months flat.
which is why it's not popular for them to even suggest censoring X, right? It was suggested and it was shot down pretty much immediately, right? They're not even pursuing that anymore.
Well, I mean, they kind of are. So they've obviously got this new Online Safety Act in England, which is an extensive regulation of any social media platform which is accessible within that country. As part of that, they can imprison. They say they have the right to throw senior management of any company that operates in the UK as a social media company into prison if they don't basically follow the bill's procedures on content moderation and censorship within the UK. So it remains to be seen how that's going to be implemented. I believe the powers go. I believe that they enter into force in March of this year, and there's a regulator called Ofcom, which is
Ofcom.
So Ofcom's it's called a Quango, so it's a quasi governmental agency which is set up under the aegis of the British government, which regulates communications platforms in the country. And so it remains to be seen the extent to which they're going to try to throw their weight around and regulate.
But a question.
Yeah.
So with all this in mind, could it be possible that they turn into a digital North Korea?
I mean, I think that's a good question. I think that, so they already do ISP level blocking of like the Pirate Bay and other certain websites which are unpopular, which it doesn't happen really in the United States, as far as I'm aware. So you'll do that. They also track, so they can get anyone's web tracking history because that's logged unless you're accessing the internet through a VPN. If you're just going straight in through an ISP, your web tracking history, every page that you view when you're in the United Kingdom is going to be logged in readable form somewhere. It's retained and it can be pulled without a warrant, which is very different from the position here in the United States. So will it become a digital North Korea? I mean, I guess will social media services and other types of services pull out of the United Kingdom if they decide that they're going to push X around or push other social media companies around? Absolutely. I know social media companies that won't do business there. There are some which are there, like BitChute, which may wind up doing a Delaware flip and moving out of the country. I don't think a company like X or Facebook or Google will do it. I think they can afford lawyers to just slow things down for a couple of years. But I think the smaller players or players who adopt a free speech position and are particularly those based in the U.S., there's no power on earth, right, that could enter the United States and put hands on an American entrepreneur who doesn't want to obey a British censorship order. No U.S. court will enforce it. The DOJ under Trump won't facilitate it under the MLAT procedure. And that's that. So they're going to try to assert extraterritorial authority, but like they're not going to be able to do it. If they could impose costs if you want to keep doing business there, but if you're prepared to just walk away, there's not a lot they can do about it.
That's good. On the matter of, the hypothetical matter of external pressures being exerted against the British government by the Trump administration, apart from obviously tariffs, what else could be done, in your opinion? Assuming, they decide to go down this route, assuming Trump actually takes an interest in this case.
Yeah, I think diplomatic pressures of various kinds, a free trade deal. I think Britain's looking for a free trade deal. They have been looking for one ever since they left the European Union, and they haven't been able to get one. So perhaps as part of any deal that they do with the United States under Trump too, there could be conditions imposed, saying, for example, that they will grant mutual recognition to American citizens of our free speech rights when we're operating in the United Kingdom, so that any business activity in the UK, by an American, won't be penalized or censored. And that way we could use that to port, right, or sort of export the First Amendment to that country. And maybe that's a model we roll out elsewhere. We say, listen, if Trump wants to eliminate income taxes and go tariffs only, we can turn around and say, listen, you've got to accord your citizens basic civil liberties. Do that. We get access to your markets and you get access to ours. You don't do that, and we'll impose 200% tariffs on everything you build for the rest of the time. So I think there are it's basically diplomatic. Obviously, Britain's a sovereign country. It has nuclear weapons. It has its own military, although small. So
I'm not too concerned about our nukes.
Yeah, and they have one three nuclear submarines, one of which is deployed at any time. And you know,
And they're
they're
clearly
world
by the way.
power, and they have their very proud world power, and not unjustifiably so, given the things that they've achieved over the last 500 years. But you know, they also have this crazy old rule book and very censorial rules and very censorial laws, where we have no power to directly intervene. But maybe what we'd say is, listen, if you want access to our markets, part of accessing the American market is ensuring that that people are free, right, to talk about things and to offer services, goods and services. AI in particular, you know, is going to be a big part of the future. And maybe we say to them, listen, you're going to have to make sure that you have a rule like Section 230, where we're not going to get sued in your courts as a result of users using your users in your country accessing our platforms. And we're going to need a rule like Section 230 for AI, so that our AI platforms aren't getting bogged down in lawsuits, both in the United States. We actually need something like that, but also in the UK. And maybe we say, you know, it'd also be really nice if you don't arrest any Americans for exercising their free speech rights. It's unprecedented, but like, you know, who knows?
Because right now they tend to go after American companies, you know, large ones, even like Apple and Google, right? Which
they go after Americans principally by banning them from entering the country. So Michael Savage, who's a right-wing radio host, I believe he broadcasts on WABC, and he's got a show called The Savage Nation. He was banned from the UK from entering the country because of his views on political Islam. About 10 years ago, I can't remember the exact date. I believe Lauren Southern was banned from the UK as well for her political opinions. There are various other people.
She's a Canadian citizen, though, just so you know.
She's Canadian. Story short, that's another way that they tend to punish Americans. They say, listen, you can't come here because your presence would not be conducive to social order. So that's potentially something that we would work in and say, listen, you know, an American, I think one of the biggest own goals, I think, of the British government in dealing with the X and moderation problem was not realizing that they're dealing with anyone over the age of 30 in Britain. Over the age of 40, the problem is worse, but over the age of 30, the problem sort of still exists. Is that they haven't realized that like their empire is long gone, because when they were growing up, it still existed. So they do things like they get very, shall we say, bullshit, I believe is the term they would use over there, with companies like X and Elon, and then they say, oops, well, actually, we'd really like to invite you to an innovation contract. checkered history with minority political organizations seizing power, and they have an approach towards that which involves a lot of censorship. I'm not sure it's the right approach, but they seem pretty convinced of it. But yeah, I think another way would be, the U.S. Department of State funds NGOs all over the world, and people like George Soros, who just received the Presidential Medal of Freedom for all of his contributions to humanity, fund NGOs all over the world who promote these ideas, right? Like all of this stuff about, that's Adrian. Adrian obviously got the joke. That was obviously an attempt at humor. So they have a huge infrastructure of companies that exist to promote these ideas, promulgate these ideas in places like Cuba and Iran, where I think it's great. Like they need more American ideas, no matter what kind of ideas we're putting in there. I think just about anything, if you're talking about Cuba, is better than what they've currently got. But then you've got groups like GEC, and I'm not which is the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. I'm by no means the global expert on how this works and how that fits into the system. If you want to listen to a guy named Mike Benz, he's the guy who knows the stuff backwards and forwards. But you had a whole professional cadre of diplomats at the State Department who are responsible for coordinating censorship with European governments. All of those people should be identified and immediately fired. As soon as the Trump administration takes power, they should be replaced, and their counterparts in Europe should be told, listen, if you want cooperation from the U.S. on internet policy, here are the marching orders, right? We're not going to be funding any more NGOs that are dealing with misinformation and disinformation in the West. We're going to fund groups that promote freedom of expression. We're going to fund groups that promote civil liberties in these countries as they are traditionally understood in the United States. And anyone who doesn't promote those ideas isn't going to get a penny of our money, isn't going to get a minute of our time, and isn't going to get, so much as an inch through the front door. They're not going to get any access. And watch how quickly all of those European countries change the tune. On NATO, I guess we could do something like that, but I think NATO is one of those things where it's good enough on its own. I think I don't think we should mess with that, except to maybe. It's kind of like crossing the streams. It's not really, defense policy is not something which has traditionally been paired with freedom of speech policy. But if we have an effort across the government to basically say, listen, on all of these key points of engagement with our allies, we're going to keep bringing this up, right? Just sort of like how, Anna Baerbock she mouthed off, she's the foreign minister of Germany. She just mouthed off about Xi Jinping and got Germany in trouble with the Chinese as a result. You know what? We're the big bad guys on the block. Every meeting we have with these countries should be like, hey, what are you doing about freedom of speech? How are you going to improve the situation? What have you proposed to give your people some more freedom so that they can interact online, and so that Americans, right, can talk about Germany, can work in Germany, can invest in Germany without worrying that if they have an idea that Germans don't like, that they're going to get arrested, or if they have a service which hosts users that Germans don't like, they're going to get arrested and they're not going to be able to do any more investment in your country. Wouldn't that be terrible for free trade? And so you just need some free speech activists in the government. I have no idea. I hope they rehire Mike Benz. I think that'd be great if they put him back at the State Department. But yeah, we're just going to need a lot of bodies who are marching in the same direction. And are willing to go to Europe and say, listen, this is really important to us now. It's going to be really important to us for the next 4 years. And if JD Vance gets in, it'll be important to us for the next decade. So we're open to hearing some ideas from you about how you want to change your policies.
Oh, and certainly, and I'll concede, what I'm talking about in terms of doing NATO, it's a significant nuclear option. And that said, what you're talking about using trade policy on it is absolutely a good one. I would just put it in the same way of one, you're not entitled to our businesses, access to our businesses. So that's your argument, which I agree with. I mean, we're seeing the power of tariffs play out in America right now with the immigration issue, where Canada and Mexico are coming to the table about what they're going to do to help stop illegal immigration into the United States on the mere threat of a 25% tariff, not even actually imposing it, which is really awesome. But also I would likewise say that you're not entitled to our troops. You're not entitled to our bombs. You're not entitled to our funds. And look, I get, as I said, this is a nuclear option. This is a significant as you described it, crossing the streams as in Ghostbusters, and that's a fair point. That said, I will say I already have I already have one advocate for the censorship industrial complex yelling at me and saying, how dare I, as an American, talk about how I can control the House of Lords and the House of Commons? Well, I'm not.
Oh, is someone in your Menchies talking about that right now?
Yeah, yes, because of my NATO threat.
Yeah, well, you know what my answer is to those people?
Go for it.
My answer is, fuck you. If you and your people can put ground troops on American soil and you can successfully get those ground troops to our servers, maybe we'll start listening to you. Except at that point, we'll be exercising our Second Amendment rights instead of the First.
Precisely.
I actually said exactly that to European government officials on behalf of a client, word for word, exactly what I just told you. And it will without the profanity, but the same line about the tanks and the troops, because ultimately, like, it's a global system, and what we have is these little European countries which are saying, you know what, we want to set the standards for the entire world, right? Germany with its NetzDG is one prime example. They expect global compliance from everybody. Companies like Facebook and Google and Microsoft and various others all have these massive teams of basically censorship, Marxist censorship commissars who are the kind of people who you would not spend any time with at a dinner party. They recite the same old tired mantras about misinformation, disinformation. They all get paid $150,000 a year, and they work on these teams that focus on censoring content online because Germany doesn't like it. And then they have other experts for the content that Italy doesn't like, and other experts for content that Spain doesn't like, and other experts for content. It's a jobs program for humanities graduate, loser, blue-haired pieces of shit who have no other useful function except that they understand politics and they understand how the politics should be implemented to censor Americans. So, like, it's a huge expense that's being imposed on American companies to do business in Europe. This is also the case with the GDPR, right? GDPR compliance is something which most large American companies comply with, whether they have business in Europe or not, whether they have any money, coming in from Europe or not. If the web page is accessible in Europe, they're going to be doing GDPR compliance. You've got to have that stupid cookie banner. You've got to have that stupid cookie consent and click through, right? And it takes 10 seconds every time you want to log onto a website that's European or that serves people in Europe, or if you're in Europe and accessing an American server, because you've got to go through that process. So Europe is throwing up all of these barriers to Americans doing business there. And frankly, for their own companies doing business there, it's just as bad for the Europeans as it is for us. And we should just draw a line in the sand and say, listen, guys, like this thing where we are expected to have legions of employees doing your bidding because you don't like free thought isn't really going to fly for us too much longer, right? There will be some transitional period. You'll be allowed to, step back, change your laws, do that sort of thing. But those days are over. We're going to pass rules that ensure that our companies are absolutely immune. I think they already are in the case of social media companies, absolutely immune. But our companies are not going to be threatened with fines of 6 to 10% of their global turnover just because you have decided that you don't like it when people say meaning words online, which is the current state of affairs. And instead of pushing back on this huge administrative burden costing billions of dollars for every American technology company in the world, the Biden administration approved of the censorship because it was achieving by the back door what the Biden administration wants to do through the front door, but hasn't been able to do ever since the Republicans took back control of the House and got the subpoena power. So, which basically meant that they were forced to retreat from things like COVID censorship and all that. So they approved of it. And they said, you know what, this serves our interests to make sure that the social media companies are censoring wrong thing. And they let it proceed. So, like, those days are over. I really am excited to see what the Trump administration, particularly because of the people who they've appointed to key positions. They put David Sachs in as the head of crypto and AI, which is amazing. He's an amazing guy for that job. I don't know who they're putting on. They put another guy named Bo Hines, who's the crypto guy, but that's a conversation for another day. Shahram obviously is going to be the deputy to David Sachs running the AI stuff. Elon is running Doge. Vivek is running Doge. They're interviewing smart people for that. All these people understand, right, all of these issues really, 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 really well, right? They're all aware of every single aspect of how Europe tries to screw with American companies and is doing so for political reasons. And the second, right, that we get a directive from the executive saying, okay, those days are over, I think Europe's going to wind up folding like a cheap suit.
Yeah, and I think so too. Like, I doubt we're gonna have to go to the extent that I'm at. But yeah, my thing that's just so funny is they're just like, "Oh, how dare you try to control us?" And my response is, "I'm not trying to control you. I'm just not going to subsidize your openly censorious policies toward your own people." That's just my thing.
Bit of a pet peeve. It's it's sensorial. So censorious is extreme. Extreme criticism. Sensorial is the correct. And this is like, no one knows this. It's just like my pet issue. So I just had to.
You're good. I mean, I have the same. Like, I have a niche grammar issue. Like, it drives me crazy when people call a quotation a quote.
Yeah,
quote is a verb. Quotation is a noun.
Guilty as charged.
Yep.
Ian, I just shared an infographic for you for the UK. Yeah.
People are DMing me saying, responding to the post and top. Someone said the person belongs in a wood chipper. Amazing. Oh yeah, that's a nice graph. I'm gonna post that. Thanks.
Yeah, it's worse than we thought.
Very nice. So according to this graph, and it's been prepared by the New World Wealth, accessed via Henley and Partners. It says that 9,500 millionaires have left the UK in 2024. And 6,700 have entered the UAE. So I wonder how many of them are British. Probably most of them.
In crypto, I know tons of guys who've moved. So Abu Dhabi went and set up a special economic zone. So you know this. I'm going to repeat, Ian. I know you know all this, but just for the benefit of everybody in the group. So each of the little emirates in the UAE, what they do is they set up these special economic zones within each emirate. So if you're in Dubai, there's the Dubai global market, and there's another place here and another place there in these little neighborhoods where you get special incentives to open your business. Abu Dhabi went one further, right? And Abu Dhabi is the big emirate. It's where the Sultan comes from and all the rest of it. And they went one further and they set up the ADGM, or the Abu Dhabi Global Market. And it's basically designed with one purpose, which is to take Canary Wharf, right, which is the London financial center, and completely destroy it by being a better place to do business. So within the ADGM, they directly ported over English law directly. They just said, as of this date, we are porting over all English law, and we're now an English legal jurisdiction. The only other country I know to do that actually did that was Rwanda, I believe. And they said, and come over here and do business, and you won't pay taxes. And like, people are flooding into Dubai and Abu Dhabi, because in England, if you, let's say you earn, I don't know, 300 grand a year, you're going to pay at least 150,000 of that, probably more, in taxes. And so they're just like, you know what, this isn't worth it. Like, my speech is being restrained, my business is being regulated, I'm being taxed into oblivion, and if all I have to do is leave the country, and I'm going to fall outside the tax net, unlike the United States. So tons and tons and tons of Brits are going to Abu Dhabi. It's this strange, thing where basically lots of places in the Middle East, people are going to London, but the people who live in London and are sort of historically English are saying, you know what, we're out of here, we're going to go to the Middle East.
Yep. They're going to the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which is also welcoming thousands of investors these days. That is going to be the next big hub. It's a very interesting development that I think not too many people are paying attention to.
Riyadh?
Yep, Riyadh, yep. And some of the smaller cities that they're building up. So the UAE, though. Yeah, to Abu Dhabi and to Dubai.
Whatever happened to that city that was going to, Neom, that was going to be a giant line?
We're still making it.
Really?
We're still making it. Yeah, it's still being done.
Yeah, so I think it's slated for what 2028 or 2030. It's being done, and there are smaller cities that they're building over there. It's not just the Neom that they're making. They're modeling it after Dubai.
The scale of the stuff you see over there is just like
Insane.
mind blowing. Dubai, like
Oh, yeah.
the Burj Khalifa is like it's a religious experience seeing something that large. In Saudi Arabia, they built a clock tower above a hotel, and the face of the clock is larger than the tower of Big Ben in London, right? So it's just like the scale of the stuff that they're constructing in the Middle East is incredible.
Oh, and if anyone is, if you're not familiar, you might think, oh, it's just one tall building in the middle of nowhere, right? You might think it's just fucking desert or slums or something. No, there's no slums, first of all, and there's no desert, so to speak. It's surrounded by similarly tall buildings, similarly beautiful buildings. It's nothing but gardens and vistas, right? If you walk near the Burj Khalifa, for example, nothing but gardens, right? There's a lot of stores, there's a lot of restaurants. It's just an amazing experience. You know, if you've ever played Mass Effect, the Presidium, right? That's like the central hub of the video game. It's kind of like that. It's very, it's I wouldn't say surreal. That's not the right description. It is a testament to what humans can do, given when there's no crime and there's actual good governance, when you have people in charge who know what they're doing, who understand that this is progress. This is a real progress, not putting in 50 new genders on a sheet or something. That's not progress. That's garbage. This is a real progress.
There was a movie starring Robin Williams called Bicentennial Man, and where he's a robot. And in that movie, there's a scene where you see it pans over to New York and southern Manhattan specifically, and you see like a version of the Twin Towers that's there, except they're 3 or 4 times the height, and you've got all these super tall buildings, which you're kind of starting to see in Midtown Manhattan. There are a couple of apartment blocks which are really tall and narrow, but like the expectation 30 years ago is that the United States was going to be what Dubai now is, right? Mm-hmm. We didn't do it. We didn't build the giant, monumental, mega-scale cities, and Dubai did because we were hampered by regulations. We lost our self-confidence. We spent all our money on war, and Dubai didn't, right? They have their mojo, right? They've still got it, and they're just going full steam ahead. And so hopefully we can recapture some of that. But like that was the optimism that we once had over here. They now have over there. It's a really refreshing. Obviously, it's not politically the freest place in the world. And if you die, someone can pay your family $50,000 in blood money, and that's. But there are some other local quirks of local law which are not ideal for a civilian. But yeah, if you're willing to deal with that, it's a really interesting place to be.
It's no big deal. Regulations are being made to accommodate for a lot of new things. For just as an example, there were no real regulations for, say, I don't think the whole world has any regulations for cyber taxis, right? People don't know how to deal with that. That technology is coming, and a lot of courts, a lot of legislation just isn't prepared for the advent of autonomous transport. But Dubai is. Right, just very recently, they actually formed a new sort of council to deal with that, a new law to deal with the introduction of autonomous vehicles. So they're fully prepared for it. So they see a new technology coming in, and they're like, okay, how can we make this place, right, Dubai, the best place to introduce this technology, which is the reason why in 2026 Dubai is going to see transport drones. There's already delivery drones. They do exist here, right? They launched one recently, but in 2026 they're going to be able to travel from one building to another on a drone, on like a flying taxi, and that is next generation, and they're prepared for it. I don't think there's any other city in the world that is prepared for this introduction of technology, and that's it's very exciting for someone, for anyone really, who cares about technology and wants to see, the betterment of humankind. Because there's a lot of places that are, like you said, simply being hamstrung by regulations. I think California is pretty egregious in that example, in that they don't even want to build a railroad, which is insane, right? They could easily have done that 8 years ago, but they didn't do it.
It's not that they don't want to; it's that they can't, right? They no longer have the state of California has lost the institutional capacity to build the railroad. And they've lost it because the wrong people live there, the wrong people run the place, and it's become so institutionally. Their institutions are stuck in molasses, right? The inertia cannot be overcome until there's some type of radical political change in that state, which makes things change. And I think part of that is definitely federal permitting. Part of that comes from the federal government. It's part of the reason we don't have nuclear plants is because Jimmy Carter, in the 70s.
Worst president ever. Also remember that New York also has a major Amtrak station that's still trying to be built that we've already paid billions of dollars into that have been delayed. Penn Station and Monahan Train Hall, the whole almost northeast corridor is supposed to be redone. You can look it up. They've put state money, federal money, and private money into it, and it's been almost 5 years. The best they got is the new train hall so far. It's supposed to be multiple new tracks. Multiple new.
Oh, there's supposed to be new tracks and new platforms.
New tracks, new platform, an upgrade to the station. That whole corridor of I don't know how recently you've been to New York, but that whole MSG to Times Square corridor, all of that is supposed to be redone. Sidewalks, pavement, new stores, everything. That whole place has been under construction, no lie, for maybe about 7 or 8 years. Nothing has got done.
Are they gonna do anything about the guys killing people on the subway platforms? That would be useful.
I mean, okay, truth be told, and honest truth in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, there's 2 cops almost every block, every other block, minimum. Midday.
Yeah.
For that to happen in the subways, especially since
there was it happened last week. There was a guy on 18th Street who pushed just a commuter onto the tracks. The guy nearly died.
I know, I was there.
And then I was up at Columbus Circle.
I was literally in Penn Station. I had just got to Manhattan an hour before that happened.
Yep. So we were off to the opera that night, and we were just like, oh, there's another death on the subway. Isn't that nice?
There is plenty of cops. It's just there's too many people. Don't tell me that you don't walk a block, see a cop, walk another block, see a cop, walk another block, see a cop.
I see the cops. The issue is that the people who are committing the crimes are being released to go commit more. And so what happens is they're not being locked up and excluded from society. What they're doing is they're running around and they're committing more crimes until eventually someone gets hurt or dies. But I've been in Manhattan, I probably go once a month. This year I've had 2 homeless guys go bananas in my face at various different times. At one point, a couple of kids on bikes tried to mug me on Central Park South. I was walking from Columbus Circle back to Grand Central. So and basically you just kind of
to be honest with you, that's insane to me.
You start yelling and you make them think you're crazy and they back off. But it's not a pleasant place to be. And so it would be nice if, and contrast with Dubai, as long as we're talking about Dubai. In Dubai, I could probably leave money on the sidewalk. I could probably take $1,000, put it on the sidewalk, and nothing would happen.
You can. Somebody did that. They put the keys to their Rolls Royce on top of the car and left it there for 3 days. Flew away, came back, and the key was still on top of the car.
Yeah,
I left my laptop for out at a cafe for the whole day, and they just took it inside, and they're like, I think you left it here.
To be completely honest with you,
it's amazing.
Your depiction of what happened between Columbus Circle and Grand Central, okay, I understand. I acknowledge that. I'm usually on 35th and Park Ave, so that just doesn't happen. To me, it's not going to say it's going to happen over there. I walk around 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Dude, I don't care. It's just whatever. It's just never happened to me in Manhattan. But I've heard, horror stories. I think Elon even said that, his mom got mugged or something once or twice in New York, recently. And it's kind of crazy over there. I'm not going to say it's not, but just don't go out after 8 p.m. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but
it's a horrible thing.
The thing is, it's an easy solution, right? There's an easy solution to all of this, right? Which is that you triple the prison population and you allow people to be, and you don't eliminate cash bail, right? You basically give people an incentive to come back to court and not to mess around in the interim. And there's like no institutional capacity to do this because anyone with common sense has left. Everyone who's left behind adheres to this sort of crazy decelerationist ideology of, oh, well, it's all going to be fine. We should just throw open the jails and everything's going to be great. And this just keeps happening and keeps happening. And there's kind of like a doom spiral. Anyone I know who's been in New York long enough is just had it. And they've gone to Florida, they've gone to New Hampshire, they've come to Connecticut. They've gone to all these other places other than New York City. And the people who have been left behind in New York either don't have the talent or don't have the inclination to fix it. So, and as a result, what happens as a result? Well, I go in less, right? I go into New York all the time. But I go in less, a lot less. DC, I used to have a place in DC. I stopped going completely.
Yeah, once a month now. That's it.
Well, I won't go to DC at all. So some of my buddies are like, oh, you coming down to the inauguration? I was like, no way.
Yeah, no way. Georgetown, maybe, but like not DC.
The day we sold our apartment, the same day, so after we closed, the following day we got a notice, right, from the co-op saying, oh, by the way, about the incident out front in the driveway yesterday when 3 kids attempted to carjack an electrician's van with guns drawn. And this is on 16th Street in L. This is 3 blocks from the White House. That's happening. About that incident, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know what? I am so glad to be out of there. And this is the kind of stuff that just happens in reasonably nice areas. Like you're getting mugged on you're getting mugged on Central Park South. You're seeing carjackings in broad daylight 3 blocks from the White House. It's crazy. The state doesn't really acknowledge that it's happening. They don't want to. If you say it, some asshole like Noah Smith comes along and goes, well, statistically, it's more likely to happen because statistically, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, statistically, it didn't happen 10 years ago. And statistically, it's never happened once in the 30 years, that I've had any, affiliation with Connecticut, right, in the area where I live in Connecticut. And so maybe it's not statistics that matter. Maybe the mere fact that it is happening is bad enough. And what we should be doing is we should be not trying to say, oh, well, statistically, it's more likely that you're going to get carjacked in DC than you're going to get carjacked in rural Connecticut. We should say, if someone carjacks someone else, they should go to jail forever. And we should attempt to abolish it completely, that particular practice within our borders. And it is good and right that we do so. It's just you see it happening and like right in front of you, and nobody's doing anything about it. And another awesome thing would be if Congress would
that Brother Dank?
DC home rule, because I think that's
Brother Joseph.
You could actually fix DC because Congress could take back control of DC and just say, okay, listen, local officials, you're done. We're in charge now. We're appointing a board, and we're going to fix this city by doing it our way, right? And so. That's that, right? Now, granted, that would then flip partisan control depending on who controls the Congress. But I think there's a chance that you could save DC if you got really aggressive and just, police the ever-living daylights out of it for 2 years. It's possible. But I don't see how California gets fixed, and I really don't see how New York gets fixed at this rate because they're just, you had the governor taking selfies on the subway, the same day that poor woman was burned alive. By someone who should have been, on an immigration detainer and also should have been arrested for other, offenses, who's back in the United States after illegally entering once. So that level of brokenness is something which requires real leadership to fix. And the system is set up so that those leaders will never emerge.
It is the
Sorry, Ian, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's the permissiveness of the lax law enforcement that allows these things to happen. When broken windows policing, right? When you allow people to smash windows and vandalize cars or whatever, and you're saying, hey, it's just a slap on the wrist, or hey, you stole less than $950 worth of merchandise, we're not even going to charge you. That allows these criminals to, get worse and worse.
The term broken windows policing actually originally had the opposite meaning. Which is that if you see a broken window, you issue the citation to the shop owner, right? And you say, fix it, get this done. And you go after all of the little minor stuff that people are doing. because then what happens is everybody conforms their behavior because they know that, you know, the sheriff's back.
You install the fear of God in them.
Well, right, but the issue now is that what's happening is shops are getting broken into. This happens apparently all the time in the Bay Area. Shops get broken into, and someone puts up a board over their window. Then someone puts graffiti on the board, and then they get a citation from the city saying, "Oh, you know, you've got graffiti on a board outside your shop. If you don't clean it up, we're going to cite you." And so what's happening is the victims of crime are being themselves victimized again by the city, because they are the only targets the city can enforce against, because the city doesn't want to enforce against the people who are causing the problem in the first place, which is the criminals who are doing the vandalism, doing the burglaries, doing the killing. So, you know, Daniel Penny, another example. So you've got the people who are the victims of crime are easier targets than actual criminals for whatever, and for whatever reason.
Even the police are targets as well. The police become targets.
It's everyone's a target except the people who should be targets.
Correct. For instance, Derek Chauvin, he's a political prisoner. He's a victim of restorative justice. He did nothing wrong. The evidence shows that, it proves that. Floyd, right, the patron saint of fentanyl, had an overdose. He consumed a shit ton of drugs, and he was alive even after they brought him to hospital. And he died in hospital, and yet somehow they charged Derek Chauvin, who was simply following his training on how to subdue these guys.
Just to follow up what you said, Ian, you remember yesterday we were actually talking about Senator Kennedy. He was talking about the same thing. He said next time, if you guys keep attacking police, call a crackhead, call a meth head. You know, you guys need the cops. Trust me. You want the cops. The one thing I always hate is that, like, it's the same thing that happened in Minnesota, right? It's the same thing that happened, I guess, across the whole nation. Everybody wanted to revolt against the cops. As soon as something happens to them, the first thing they do is call 911. So it's like, if you guys, like, you can't play both sides. You really can't.
Florida is the only place where that didn't happen, right? Florida is the only place where they did not become soft on crime in 2020. They just beefed up their police forces to the point where, if guys are out there in Antifa suits or Black Lives Matter blocking traffic, DeSantis signed a law saying that if you're a driver on the road and you accidentally run over one of these guys, you're not going to be charged. If anything, they'll be charged. The victim, quote unquote victim, will be charged. And so this really cracked down on any efforts to block traffic, and the police have just brought in and just swept these guys up for actual crimes, because what they're doing is disturbing the peace. And they got all of them, and that's the reason why during 2020 you didn't see anything happening in Florida. You might have seen small flare-ups, but they'd be shut down within a matter of hours.
I'm not gonna lie, if you actually watch,
Ian, I do.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Because I want to give you guys something. Like, if you guys want an incredible sledgehammer to enact at the state level against riots, Kentucky since the 1850s has been the only state that has a cause of action where if you are a property owner or a business owner in a city, and that city government knows or should have known that a riot is about to take place, and they do nothing to stop it, and you do nothing to participate in the riot, but your property or your body is damaged as a consequence, you can sue the city for the damages. And we're the only state. We have that because Lexington and Louisville, during these Union riots in the 1850s, didn't step in. We enacted these laws, and I'm actually suing the city of Louisville right now I represent a couple of small businesses that were just obliterated during the Breonna Taylor riots. A little bit of procedural background on it. Pretty much they said if this gets to the merits, we're going to win. But the Kentucky judiciary, which, by the way, is much more left-wing than you would expect, they held that Louisville is not a city. They held that it's a metro. It's absurd. And the case is currently in front of the Kentucky Supreme Court right now. And truly, like, both parties agree, this case rests entirely on whether or not Louisville is a city, which feel free to Google the word Louisville and tell me what it says, because the first three words you will get in the results is city in Kentucky. And further, yes, Louisville has a metro system of government, but that system of government did not exist until the 2000s, and this is a 150-year-old statute. But yeah, that's something for the state lawmakers in this audience, if any of you guys are still in here, introduce the legislation. The statute in Kentucky is KRS 411.100. You want to talk about a sledgehammer that makes sure that local governments will step in and put a stop to riots? That's the statute. Make it clear that it applies to all local governments. So that way, whether it's a county government, city, metro, town, whatever type of word, make sure that they can't play word games in court is my advice if you're trying to draft that. But that's something to really fight for. Truly, it's a good statute. So just wanted to throw that in there.
That reminds me, people are always surprised. There was an image of the recent gone up in flames, and it's standing there on fire, right? The police don't have to come and rescue you, right? And that's something that I think a lot of people learned the hard way during 2020 and the crime wave that happened subsequent, is that people got disappointed when Anna Kasparian, I think, is one example of someone who became very disillusioned with her previous ideas because she realized, oh my gosh, we actually want to have the police. We want to have a government that responds to lawless disorder and steps in promptly and effectively to put that disorder away when it takes place. So that's a great law, holding counties and cities liable. It certainly, it certainly sounds like something that would work well, and it's kind of like it's not too aggressive. It doesn't make some of the anti-riot bills that we saw proposed. Some of them have some First Amendment implications. For example, there was I think the Florida law was challenged on that basis. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what that challenge constituted, but this is just saying, listen, do your job or we're going to sue you. And it's pretty clear that when violent disorder and riots occur, that's something you want stopped. I really like that idea.
Yeah, I love that. I love this law. I mean, it's one of those things of, I'm introducing a bill to make clear this applies to all local government in Kentucky just because, and also I cleared it with ethics to make sure that I'm okay to do it as an attorney for a city, for one, because one, it wouldn't fix my client's problem. Sadly, you can't do retroactive stuff. That's an ex post facto law. But moving forward, the fact that I have to put this in front of the Kentucky Supreme Court to determine whether or not Louisville is a city, Louisville, a region that has more than twice the population of the city of Cincinnati, Ohio, which has its own international airport. It's a city. Let's be very clear. Louisville is a city. But that should never happen again. And if there's any role of government, it's protecting the life, liberty, and property of the people within it. And talk about a failure when there's blatant riots, they're coming. And if you want to talk about the facts of how Louisville handled the Breonna Taylor riots, it's insane. The mayor, Greg Fisher, put out a stand down order saying that the city is not to, the city police is not to stop these riots. But at the same time, he actively ordered Louisville Metro Police to get cement trucks to block access to his own house during these riots.
Amazing.
Talk about liberal hypocrisy there. It's disgraceful, and thank God he's now the former mayor of Louisville. But that's the thing of we just have to keep that fight up. There's great ways to give up charges of if you commit a violent or a property crime. You give it a higher degree to it if you did it during a riot. Those are all options that I think are terrific, and there's nothing wrong with doing those. But as Press was talking about, how the Constitution doesn't confer upon the government a duty to protect its citizens. That's Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, decided in 1986. By the way, Antonin Scalia was in the majority in that case. Just a little heads up on that. Scalia says that the government has no duty to protect you, and that's true. The Constitution doesn't give them an affirmative duty to protect you. But there's no constitutional prohibitions on state governments adopting their own duties to protect, and that's what the statute was meant to do. So I would that's one of those things I'd love for people to fight for at their own state level. Wherever you are, unless you're in Kentucky, this is not the law. You don't have a right to recover damages from city governments unless you take the plunge and sue them. You don't have that ability. You cannot do it unless you're in Kentucky. Fighting for your legislature to adopt that law in any of the other 49 states. It's a great fight for you guys to get involved with.
Sorry, there's a bit of stuff going on in the back channel since the silence.
It's all good. The super secret organizer group.
Something like that, yeah.
So how's it going, Elon?
Is he like posting more now? Has that happened?
I'm not sure.
It's funny, even the alerts account. Even the alerts account is getting in on it just for the fun. He did this before, actually. By the way, I still remember that. So there's an account out there that's called Elon Alerts, and it's an account that basically tracks whenever he replies to anyone, follows someone, or does a profile change. And what the alert is just basically a post with a screenshot of the interaction plus the interaction itself quoted, right? And it comes with a bunch of text that says, okay, Elon Musk just, replied to X, Y, and Z, and there you go. It has to post that as a source. So in this case, he changed it to something else. He changed it to Elon Musk, a.k.a. Adrian Dittman, motherfucker.
Wow.
This guy, he did this before. He did it before, yeah. Yeah, he did this before. Before it was Elon just replied to his super secret on the account. Whenever he replied to it, or liked a post of mine, just liked a post from his super secret alt account. I still remember that. That was great.
Troll.
Amazing. Absolutely wicked. Yeah. By the way,
Elon replied to one of my posts about regime change in the UK, and he responded. He said, absolutely. Oh, yes. That's so good.
I mean, we have bombed countries in the Middle East for far less than what Great Britain is doing in terms of transgressions on human rights. Mm-hmm. I just have to point that out. I'm not condoning our foreign policy in the Middle East, but let's be clear. If you believe that the bombings in the Middle East have been justified, there is no reason why we should still be an ally to Great Britain with how they treat their citizens right now, while actively encouraging blatant child rape of minors openly and arresting people for calling it out.
And arresting their parents as well, right? The kids, in some cases, the parents found out about it, tried to deal with the rapists, and they were arrested on account of stirring up racial hatred.
Britain has not. So that crime is actually a pretty old one, the stirring up offense. I think it's from the 60s. Britain didn't. This thing where Britain is way over arresting and way over enforcing its speech codes is comparatively new, right? So this is really a phenomenon from the last 20 years. And before, you had a different generation of people running the government. You had a different generation of people running the prosecution services. You had a different generation of people running the courts. And so as a consequence, they approached, with these overbroad speech rules, they approached them with very different sensibilities. And so they were able to draw distinctions between, for example, offensive and grossly offensive. So they could say offensive speech is not allowed, grossly offensive speech, offensive speech is allowed, grossly offensive speech is not allowed. And when you said, what's grossly offensive? It would be something like, I don't know, like posting goatsy on the window of an elementary school and like taping it to the wall or something like that, right? And they'd say, okay, well, that obviously is a problem. And so that's going to attract a criminal sanction, whereas posting an offensive tweet like J.K. Rowling, for example, in the sort of trans discourse is not the sort of thing which would ordinarily trigger an investigation. So at some point in the last 20 years, you had a changeover in the people who were running these institutions, and that changeover roughly approximated with the same changeover we had in the United States, where now people who are between the ages of 45 and 55 and running HR departments in universities, have particular language and particular frameworks that they use to understand the world, except in the UK, those people all have the power of arrest. So that's kind of what happened. I don't think it's something where if the next generation proves to be incredibly based, and we can get some solid changes on, tightening up the language of a lot of their statutes, it's savable, right? Potentially. And I think we're going to see places like Canada, watching the rebuke of Justin Trudeau's government there is like, I think the first big rebuke was what happened in Argentina, and then the U.S. was next, and Canada early next year will be the next one after that. I think the Conservatives are going to have a majority of something like 300 seats in their parliament after all is said and done. And I think Justin Trudeau is currently slated to lose his seat, which is right in downtown Montreal. So what we're going to see
as well in Germany. AFD in Germany is poised to take over.
Doing very well in Germany. Obviously, I think it was Fratelli d'Italia, whatever it's called, over in Italy, won a few years ago, and remains to be seen.
El Salvador as well. El Salvador used to be a leftist country that had no free speech. They had all these fucking shitty monuments instead. Communist monuments. They've all been torn down.
It's run by Bukele, and it's the safest country in the Western Hemisphere.
It is literally the safest country in the Western Hemisphere, which is crazy.
90%. But like what we're seeing is like the rightward shift is happening. The key will be after the rightward shift occurs, right, in all of these places, the U.S. included, are the people who take over determined enough to do what Milei is doing and gut the government of all the people who are responsible for all of these terrible things, do some rule changes or revocations or abolitions, wholesale abolitions of agencies in such a way that they're going to be very difficult to be established. And then after you do that, then you see whether you fix the problem, and then you can iterate. One thing that was interesting is when Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy announced Doge, they put a expiration date on it of 18 months, right? They said, we've got 18 months to do this. We're going to wrap this up by July 26th. And I think the reason when people are like, well, July 26th, why wouldn't they stick around? I think they recognize that they have to get this done in the first Congress, and they have to get it really done in the first year. Otherwise, you're in an election year. It's another election cycle. You're not going to have people paying attention to it. You're not going to be able to get anything finished. So I think they have the right idea here, which is that they're just going to blitz it. Starting on January 20th, I would imagine they've already got draft executive orders and things like that already ready to roll. But they're going to blitz it January 20th, hit it as hard as they can for a year, maybe 14, 15 months until they finally run out of momentum and run out of steam. And hopefully that'll be enough, right, to either put the country on the right path so they can widen their majority, or that we've done enough damage to the institutional apparatus that was slowing us down that it'll take enough time to reconstitute that if we do lose the House or if we do lose the Senate, that's not going to be fatal to the entire enterprise. But Canada's going to need to do the same thing, and eventually Britain and all of the European countries are going to need to do the same thing, and you're going to need root and branch, right? It's not going to be enough to just pass a bill saying, oh, you all have free speech now. You're going to have free speech, and then you're going to have to do some major institutional change to make sure that the people who are left behind, who are responsible for enforcing the censorship, aren't in a position to just continue doing it because they're too used to it.
Correct. It needs change. It needs regime change, as does France, as does Germany. I'm hopeful for Germany. Not super keen on the leadership of that party due to things that I know about them, but they are the only hope, and I hope they can get their shit together because they have too many scandals. Unfortunately, they sort of like walk into rakes. They have a habit of doing that, and I hope they don't do that moving forward because right now it's a pivotal time. Unfortunately, or maybe, I don't know, an opportunity presented itself, right? A terrorist attack. And I think a lot of Germans are simply tired of having to live in fear. having to live, tired of living in, a land that's being treated like
I wouldn't refer to that.
Be plundered.
I wouldn't refer to that as an opportunity. It's a tragedy. But, it's one.
Well, you know what Hillary Clinton said, right? I mean, don't let a good tragedy go to waste.
Well, but it's something. I lived in Europe for 15 years, and the thing that finally got me to leave was the London Bridge attack, because that happened something like, I think, 3 blocks from my apartment, and it was a similar type of thing to what just happened in Germany. I would get off the tube every day, and I'd walk across the bridge, and I'd go to my office, which was on the north side of the bridge. I walked back and forth on that bridge every day for 4 years. And then some jackass drove over it, plowed into a crowd of people, jumped out with a knife, started killing people. And eventually he was taken down by some armed policemen who arrived 5 minutes later as he was running through Borough Market and getting away, right? So
the guy who beat him with a cricket bat.
Then there was the other one, which of course also happened on London Bridge, which is where it was a restorative justice therapy session, and a bunch of people were sitting with terrorist convicts. One of them grabbed a knife, stabbed the social worker, and killed her, and then another convict who was there and who was on the side of the Angels, fortunately, grabbed a narwhal's horn off the wall. It was the Glazers Hall. My office was directly across the street from that in Adelaide House, and so he went and grabbed a narwhal's horn off the wall and then beat the ever-living daylights out of the attacker, and was hailed as a hero as a result. But they're taking these guys and they're saying, okay, cool, no handcuffs, no restraints, no nothing. Here, just have like a therapy session in downtown London in a lovely building. Where they have narwhal horns on the wall, and to try to talk about your feelings, right? And these are people who are locked up for serious terrorism offenses. So there's a disease in the British soul, right, which allows this stuff to keep happening. It's a disease, I think, in the European soul, which allows this stuff to keep happening. And it's a really simple fix. It's dangerous people, take them off the street forever. Just like if you are caught being part of a terrorist organization, if you're caught, carjacking people, if you're caught engaged in serious criminal conspiracies or serious criminal activity, I don't think you need regime change, right? You just need
child rapists who deserve death.
Well, I mean, the death penalty doesn't exist in Europe anymore either. But why are guys being let out on conditional releases?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like I just posted a piece of news in December, just last month. A guy who was a leader of a grooming gang in one of the towns. Him and like 6 others, right? They had a 103-year collective sentence. He was sentenced because he was a ringleader to 19 years. They let him out 10 years early. And this was a part of, Starmer's whole, let's let all the non-violent convicts out plan.
That's actually that's part of actually standard British sentencing policy. So what happens is if you get a 20-year sentence, you'll be let out at 10. And you'll be basically let out on conditional release or on probation.
This guy raped and abused numerous children.
That doesn't matter. Yeah. If you're sentenced to 20 years in the UK, they let you out after 10. If you plead out, right, before you go to trial, they knock time off your sentence. If you plead off just after you're arraigned, you get more time off your sentence. So you could look at someone who should be getting 20 years and they're getting out in 5 because the country doesn't want to build prisons. It doesn't want to imprison people. The issue here is a 20-year sentence, call it what you like. I think a 20-year sentence is a pretty long sentence. But if someone's getting out after 10, it's not because they're being particularly light or particularly lenient with that particular defendant or that particular criminal. It's that the whole system does this to every criminal, right, across the system.
It doesn't work, right? And you protect these guys after they get out.
Well, and part of the reason it's becoming, and maybe now that it's become a political problem, because this happened so long ago, and now these guys are released and out in the street, and people are saying, oh my God, how could you let them out? Well, how could you let them out? Because you gave them a 20-year sentence, and the sentence, the way that criminal sentencing works in England and Wales is that you serve half of it, and then the rest of it you're released to the community because we deem that you're no longer a threat. And maybe that will be enough, right? Maybe enough muggings, enough people getting pushed onto the subway platforms in New York will be enough at some point that people realize that the issue is just that we're letting the criminals out of the jails, and we're not getting them separated from decent, normal, peace-loving, law-abiding people. And that's what we need to do.
I think the bigger issue here is that you have a lot of prosecutors and a lot of judges who believe in restorative justice. They also believe in rehabilitation. I do not believe that any of these criminals, the ones who commit particularly heinous crimes, meaning not, simple theft, right? Like they're not pickpockets. These people cannot be rehabilitated. If you rape and abuse dozens of children, or even just one child, right? It doesn't have to be dozens. It could just be one child. You do not deserve freedom. You should be locked away forever or killed. It's simple.
I mean, I tend to think that the crimes of violence are ones that.
I'm a huge proponent of capital punishment.
Well, no, I mean,
I think it should be public as well. If we're being honest, I think it should be a public exhibition. If you do something bad, everybody needs to know about it, about what you did, and you should be served up as an example to the rest of society to not do these things.
Well, the Eighth Amendment has a thing or two to say about that.
Well, Britain doesn't have an Eighth Amendment, so
no,
they don't. A thing, right?
But yeah, but they do. I mean, they do have certain provisions of the Human Rights Act which are operative.
I'm sorry, get rid of it.
Yeah. But so I think crimes of violence is really maybe one angle where we could make a distinction that would stick politically, and you could say, listen, crimes of violence aren't the sort of thing which we should be letting people out of prison early for, or where we should be involved in bail reform. If you're driving with unregistered tags, or if you commit petty theft and you're not actually involved in hurting anybody, or if you pick someone's pocket, like, okay, fine, release that person. If they go back one or two more times, then maybe stop releasing them. I think there was a statistic in New York that something like 90% of the petty theft and low-level theft crime is committed by fewer than 300 people who are just like serial recidivists and just keep doing it again and again and again. Where I get really bent out of shape is when you get particularly like armed carjackings, armed robberies, armed home invasions, and then those people get released, right? With that, I cannot conceive, and maybe I'm just not educated enough. Maybe I haven't taken the right Marxist courses, at university to explain why I'm supposed to like this. I just can't conceive of circumstances where I ever would break into someone else's house with a gun and point it at their face while loaded and say, okay, now you need to give me something or do what I want, right? I cannot imagine circumstances where that would be appropriate, or where I would do that. And anyone who does it is just so violative of the basic norms of society. Like, that's the kind of thing where I say, why is this person ever being let out, right? Just for that kind of behavior. But then you get people who say, oh no, it's fine. You do that in New York and the gun isn't loaded. And Alvin Bragg will say, oh, well, it wasn't actually so bad. We're going to release you. We're not going to hold you on bail. And that's that. However, if in New York you carry a gun and you don't point it at anyone, but you don't have a permit, so you're just carrying a gun for your own self-protection, and they arrest you, they'll charge you with a felony, and they won't release you. They'll only release you if you use the gun in anger, and if there's not a round in the chamber, they'll let you go. So it's one of those crazy things where you have this two-tier system, just like you have in the UK in certain respects. But in the US, we have a two-tier system too, which is that certain crimes are favored and other crimes are not. If you want to conceal carry in New York but not harm anybody else, and you get caught, boom, immediately on the felony track. They're not gonna let you argue that down to a misdemeanor, and that's it. If, however, you walk into a bodega and you point a Glock in somebody's face, and the Glock doesn't, in that one instance, it just doesn't happen to have any ammunition in the chamber, they'll turn around and say the gun wasn't loaded, and so you weren't a danger, and so we're going to send you down the misdemeanor track, and we're not going to hold you at Rikers. So it's like
Preston, were you just referencing the "Give me $5" case?
I'm not sure there's a specific case, but I was just reading I think I'm referencing what I understand to be the Manhattan DA's prosecution and charging guidelines for criminal offenses involving property theft in New York.
Okay, yeah, there's this old case in New York where what happened was this really old dude was sitting on the New York subway, and these adolescents, much bigger, much stronger than him, were accosting him and like getting in his face. One of them said, "You better give me $5." In response, he pulled a revolver out and shot a couple of them. And
he actually got off on all of the shooting offenses on self-defense, but he was still convicted for having a handgun on him. This is a pre-Heller case. Outrageous that they still proceeded with that possession of a handgun charge after he, you know, like these people were clearly threatening him.
Yeah, I mean, a better example. I think there's a guy in New York. I can't remember his name, but I know the case is ongoing. He was making guns in his own house, right? And he had ammunition in his apartment. And they have thrown the book at him because he was 3D printing, lower receivers to handguns in his home. And there was no way for him to get a license to do any of this in New York at the time because it wasn't a pre-Heller case, but it was a pre-Bruen case, meaning that he wasn't able to get a permit because New York was a May issue state, a very restricted May issue state, and New York City in particular was. So he's appealing on the grounds that it would have been impossible for him to get the permit anyway. And we'll see how that turns out. But that's the guy they were going after, right? That's the kind of person that they expend considerable resources in order to stop, but they're not expending considerable resources. So, you go around, walking around New York City, it's crazy. You go to a CVS, everything is locked up, or Walgreens, everything is locked up. You cannot go in and buy a tube of toothpaste without calling an attendant over, having them unlock the item you want, and then putting it in your basket, going downstairs, and then you have to go and check it out. So that's the kind of stuff which people in New York have just kind of gotten used to it. But as someone who's not from New York, you go in and you say, this is insane. This is not sustainable. And this is clearly policy failure somewhere along the chain. But everybody in New York just kind of tolerates it, or they adapt, right? They say, okay, well, I just won't leave my house, right? I'll just go order this from Amazon and I'll have them deliver it to my front door because Amazon has a guarantee. So if my thing gets stolen, I'll get my money back, and the price, the cost of that, criminal stuff will be socialized. And I just won't have to interact with any of the problematic things. And and then the stores close, and then the jobs leave, and then the landlords start to default on their loans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are all these downstream consequences. And I guess when those consequences get bad enough, maybe large corporations will be in a position maybe to tell the Democrats in New York, maybe you want to change course so that, we actually have an economy here that isn't just remote delivery by Amazon to everything. But I don't know. I wish I knew the easy way to solve it, or the way that you could, broadcast a message and say to the people of New York, guys, it doesn't have to be like this. You can fix this. You just gotta buck up and make some tough decisions. But of course, I think I saw it put this way once. If you say, if only everyone would just, everyone will not just, right? Everyone does not just. It's never happened in history. So we need to have some changes. It'll be slow and incremental, but it's very frustrating to watch.
Since there is silence in the conversation, I'm just going to say that all gun laws are infringements. The Second Amendment says shall not be infringed.
Hell yeah.
Before I went to law school, became an attorney, and ran for office, I used to work for the National Association for Gun Rights. So I just had to make that little statement just to be clear. I have not changed. Upon further review, my New Year's resolution is to become an even bigger thorn in the side to the swamp.
My New Year's resolution was to wear black tie at least once a month for 2025.
Hey, Adrian, question.
That's actually, what's up?
Do you want to take some questions from 4chan?
Sure, if they're good.
Okay.
So just for context, by the way, we did a few nights ago. I think it was 2 nights ago, actually. We did a thing where we brought people on. Actually, what we did was we saw someone posting a doctored screenshot of someone who was pretending to be me, ironically enough this time. It was a person pretending to be me, pretending to be Elon. So, however that works, that's the way it was. And this person shared a screenshot that was doctored, where it supposedly looks like some sort of thing where you have access to an admin panel or something, whatever that was, right? turned out later that this was all a joke because here's the thing. What happened was somebody picked this up, put this on Reddit, okay? After it was on Reddit, then somehow all the lefties picked it up and tried to make it as though Elon is on 4chan, which of course is not the truth. So then what happened after that was because the individual who created this hoax figured this out or understood, holy shit, man, what did I do? And then proceeded to post, this was all a joke, this is all bullshit, none of this is real, they never even thought this was going to leave their ecosphere, whatever, right? So before we knew all of this, of course, we wanted to just have a conversation with the people on 4chan. So we were like casually looking at their stuff. We were talking about some of the stuff that was posted, which is obviously ridiculous, and debunking it. And then it turned out they were actually, someone was listening to our show and they were writing posts in real time, talking about what we were talking about. Then there was a back and forth of trolling, which was them being more racist than anything else, primarily accusing Outed here of being very racist, which is really weird. And then later, after all the trolling got out of the way, we actually were able to have a good conversation. So I said, hey, you got some questions you want to ask us? And then they started writing up a bunch of questions, and we started answering those questions. So then it was a bit of a back and forth until the replies were maxed out on their threads there. So that was pretty funny. Just for context.
I got a backlog. I got about 10 questions here that I wrote down from 4chan from yesterday. So I can go over them anytime you want.
It depends. I think, look at, is it still relevant to what's happening at the moment? I believe maybe we have discussed a lot of things regarding the, I think those will just be H-1B questions, wouldn't it? And I think we've kind of discussed that topic as much as we could. Right now, what we should really focus on is, information and its protection, and just, I think, what's happening in the UK, because what's happening in the UK right now is absolutely insane. Like, that cannot happen anywhere else. So it depends.
I don't. Yeah. Well, it's not what happened. It's not what's happening in the UK, right? Because the thing is, it already happened, and it happened a long time ago. I think the thing that's insane is not so much the Rochdale incident. What's insane is the ability to which, the extent to which the internet has the ability to start driving. Now that we finally got one
social happening, though, right? It's still happening. It's not just Rochdale, right? There's literally about 20 cities, including in Scotland as well, where these grooming gangs are active, remain active to this day, and that's not even counting the smaller instances of individuals who are maybe not a part of any gangs who are committing these crimes. It's mainly Pakistani immigrants who go to the United Kingdom and enjoy certain protections that are simply not given to anybody else, right? We've seen a lot of cases where I read one today where Pakistani migrants had raped two South Asian girls, right? So they were not white, and he got a much longer sentence than any of the perpetrators of the, the victims are white, right? Because the judge deemed that the victims, who in this case were South Asian, that their communities would, ostracize them, and therefore the penalty needed to be harsher. So in effect, what he was saying, what this judge was saying was that, white lives don't matter, right? And that is essentially.
I saw that story, and I think that there's possibly some more nuance there than was reported. And I'm really skeptical generally.
There's a direct quote from the judge himself, right?
Yeah, I know it's a direct quote, but there will have been quote. It's one that invites further inquiry and investigation, but I'm not sure it's as damning. I'd have to do more research, and I would encourage everyone to do more research on that as well, because it's just it doesn't sound like. If that were like the dicta of the decision, and you're looking at like some appellate decision, they said, well, because the identity of the victims was A instead of B, a harsher sentence is justified. Maybe, right? But we're probably dealing with a lower court judge, probably even a magistrate or crown court judge. We're not talking about like legal. We're not talking about ironclad, statements of legal principle that are going to be binding on future judges here. We're talking about a first instance judge with an offhand remark in a sentencing proceeding. But the thing that is most interesting to me about all of this is the extent to which just having one platform of the majors being open for business in free speech terms and internet companies over the last, so from 2018 to 2022, is that the mainstream media dictated to the platforms and dictated to the government and dictated to key opinion leaders and dictated to everybody what was going on in social media and how they should interpret it and understand it. What we've seen now is a complete inversion of that, right? Social media is driving the narrative. Elon Musk, to be blunt, has the capability on his own to kickstart things by simply just talking about something and drawing attention to it. He's got the biggest megaphone in the world. The X is driving this discussion in the UK and the discourse in the UK. You have a lot of British people saying things that they weren't allowed to say or were too afraid to say before, and they're saying it in sufficient numbers that they can't silence all of them. And I think we're going to see that pattern repeated again and again and again and again in various different places as various different groups of people who use this platform discover that they can use it to drive real political change and start to get large numbers of people to pay attention to niche issues which have been censored pretty consistently from sort of 2014 to 2022. I mean, we forget, right? We forget how bad, because now we've gotten comfortable and we've gotten used to it. We forget just how bad things were in 2000. We forget the reasons people were banned, right? How many of them were banned, and we're also forgetting because we've gotten comfortable, right? I was in the trenches the whole time. I remember. We forget that every time you would say, "Hey, hold on a second, it's kind of unfair that people are getting banned for expressing political opinions." You know, isn't that problematic? They'd turn around and they'd say, "You're out of your mind. That's not what free speech actually means."
Oliver Darcy, that's who you yelled at.
Yeah. So they'd say, "You're out of your mind. You don't actually know what free speech is about. This is completely justified. There's no great government conspiracy to silence you." Of course there was. The government respects your rights. If you want to go build your own, go do this. But in fact, it was a systematic effort involving the whole of the United States government working in close, either collaboration with large technology companies or by pressuring large technology companies and threatening them with, regulatory enforcement and other sorts of vague governmentese. And we forget, that was the norm until 24 months ago, almost to the day. And where we are now is a completely different world. So just because there was one big hole right in the dike and it's all started to flow through and the hole is starting to widen, right? As people realize that it's there and that you can talk about this stuff on the internet and that Twitter does permit, right? Basically all lawful speech with some exceptions. And of course now we've got the criticisms I've heard in the last couple of days. People who've been demonetized for violating the TOS are claiming, "Oh no, we don't have our free speech." You guys have no fucking clue. They've forgotten, right? They've forgotten how bad it was. They don't know how lucky they are, and they don't realize, right, that but for this platform and this whole political movement that we've seen in the last 2 years in the United States and elsewhere around the world probably wouldn't have happened. But for the fact that there was one big hole punched in the dike that gave enough people enough breathing room to actually start a preference cascade, and to start talking about what they believed, and saying, gee, maybe this stuff about gender ideology, this doesn't really accord with reality, does it? It's a little weird, don't you think? Yeah, I don't like it either. It's a little strange, and that has compounded, and it's going to keep compounding. But like, that's what I think is the most interesting thing, is we're seeing this pattern, and we've got AI now in the mix, which is of course super interesting too, because I think there's going to be a lot of use of AI on this platform, as is, I think, totally appropriate and proper for people to use AI to turbocharge their First Amendment rights and the expression of those rights. So yeah, it's a really interesting time to be alive. It's just endlessly interesting.
So, I mean, if you ask me, for those who are complaining about X, I would highly recommend them to try every post that they posted on X on Blue Sky and see how that goes. Like,
I have my own suggestion for them. I have my own suggestion for them. If they think that X is a tyrannical dictatorship, they should try moving to North Korea.
Oh my God.
Well, and above and beyond the North Korea thing, I would love for anyone to look at how much X and their general free speech policy did to benefit me in my state representative run, and just say that X is discriminating against conservatives, X is discriminating against America First types or non-interventionists. The reality is this, that if you took the verbal statements of myself or most of the people on the X spaces that fundraised for me, that led to more than 10% of the money I had to win my race against a person that held office longer than I had been alive, I would have been banned immediately. That space would have never happened. I would have been deprived of finances, of resources, of means. Look, is any platform perfect? Absolutely not. But let's be very clear. X is the best of them. It's amazing because, I'm very, very, very non-interventionist. And the reality is, I've noticed my engagement, I've noticed my impressions on X have been significantly improved since Elon took over, since every single algorithm change. Objectively speaking, there hasn't been punishment for any statements I have made on X. It's a good platform. Free speech is overwhelmingly recognized, and if the biggest objection you have is that revenue sharing is not being fairly applied to you, you don't have a First Amendment right to a private company's resources. They
should try going, like Laura Loomer and company should try going on fucking YouTube and see. I think she's probably already been banned from it, but like, if you really think that X treated you unfairly, try using YouTube and see how long you last, right? The answer is not very long. And that would be like a platform-wide ban, right? Because that's how Google rolls.
Well, I would say that the only constitutional right currently being denied to Laura Loomer is not her First Amendment rights, but her Second Amendment rights. And the reason why is because the Second Amendment, in my view, once you're currently free, you can have a gun. But since she was institutionalized for being extremely mentally unwell in Florida, against her own will, that rendered her unable to own a gun. Well, I most certainly would not trust Laura Loomer with a gun.
We don't need to go into people's.
Yeah. Well, I know. I'm just saying. Look, I wouldn't trust her with a gun. But that being said, I get she may have a Second Amendment claim against the United States government, but I don't think she has a First Amendment claim against Twitter.
Damn.
Hey, Elon's fired.
That is something. Wow.
I wonder if
I'm sorry, I had to say that because I've seen her talk about the censorship stuff, and it just drives me up a wall. Like, look, you don't have a First Amendment right to someone else's money. You just don't.
I think it's not even that, right? The thing that's interesting about what that particular line of attack is doing, right, against X is they're trying to conflate the issue Yes, the First Amendment isn't implicated. The platform, I think, the way to think about it is it's not like in the sense of like the platform being a public forum. The question that you need to ask is, when the platform was yanking your check mark, right? Were they making a decision that was content based, right? Or was it sort of like a time, place, and manner kind of restriction? And if it's content based, was it motivated by discrimination for a particular viewpoint? In this case, Twitter has a rule, right? Or X has a rule, which says that you don't dox people, right? And it doesn't matter who you are, what you do, what it is. You post someone's docs, bang, you're liable to lose your blue check mark and potentially get kicked off the platform. It's a content neutral rule, right? It doesn't matter whose docs you post. It doesn't matter why you've posted it. It doesn't matter what argument you're making. It doesn't matter what position you hold. It's if you dox someone, you get dinged, and that's the end of it. And like that particular piece of First Amendment doctrine appears to have escaped all of them, right? Because they're just saying, oh, well, we're being treated differently than everybody else, so it must be a First Amendment problem. Well, if you threaten someone, right, the government's going to treat you a little differently than they're going to treat someone who doesn't threaten someone, right, out in the real world. And so it's one of those things where it's clearly not a politically motivated decision. It was like you posted docs, that was it. And the First Amendment has doctrine around that, and it says that the government, right, in similar situations, is able to take out, to undertake remedial action. Incidentally, there's also First Amendment doctrine about using and posting docs to rally an internet mob to go harass people. The case is Gersh versus Anglin, and it's out of the District of Montana, and it involved Andrew Anglin, who's a prominent internet neo-Nazi. I'm not sure what his affiliation was. I think it was Stormfront. It was Stormfront for him, so he ran Stormfront. And there's a woman named Tanya Gersh who lived in Whitefish, Montana, and she, I believe she was an outspoken critic of his, and he just posted her docs online.
Daily Stormer. He posted it on the Daily Stormer. That's where it was.
He posted it on Daily Stormer, and an online mob went and bombarded this poor woman with abuse and threats and various other things. And so he played the First Amendment, and she said, well, hold on a second, it was an online harassment mob. That doesn't quite count. And the court sided with Gersh. And he has since, I don't think he's surfaced since. I think he's on the run, probably out of the United States and off the radar. And that was years ago, like 10 years ago. So like this thing where you have docs being posted online, which can only serve one purpose, right? It can only serve to try to get the internet to flow into some receptacle in somebody's home, either people coming to their front door or ringing their phone or showing up on the street outside of their house. That is the only purpose posting someone's docs serves. None. No other legitimate purpose for discourse or dispute. And that's it. Like, that's why platforms do this, because again, even like Gab, right? Gab is a pretty well-known platform for its free speech rules, right? It allows all kinds of stuff that virtually no other platform will allow.
But no anime. Anime is banned.
It doesn't ban anime, but I believe it bans porn and anime porn. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't ban anime. But like even Gab, like you post docs on Gab, you're done, right? They will just ban you outright. There's no like second strike, like, okay, we're going to remove your verification. It's just you post docs, like it's a small company with a small team, they'll just kick you off because it's totally not worth the hassle. So like that's the kind of stuff where everybody everywhere has agreement, and to have a bunch of conservative influencers say, oh, well, you know what, this is now it was amazing how much traction they got. But like, as someone who's been in the trenches of this free speech thing on the internet for the better part of a decade, to see people complaining about the current state of affairs, it's just bizarre. It's bizarre. It strikes me as profoundly ungrateful. And it's like, just like, ungrateful is one thing, but also like counterproductive. Like, really, you're gonna try to tar us with the same brush that we tarred actual censors for years and years and years, and you're going to try to flip those arguments around because you're pissed off because you got demonetized. It's amazing.
It reminds me of a case in Colorado where they were fighting for extended magazines, right, or handguns or firearms, and they wanted, the courts were like, okay, well, 10 is too few. Let's set it to 30. Okay, it's a fair number. And the guy suing them was like, nope, can't be 30, must be unlimited.
Has to be unlimited. I want a 1,000-round thing. I want to chain feed my rifle with as many bullets as possible. Well, he lost the case, so that was fun.
Well, that's actually interestingly, those cases are all working their way through the magazine cases and the assault weapons cases are all kind of knocking on the door of the Supreme Court. I think Bianchi is currently it's been scheduled for he was scheduled for conference at SCOTUS in December, and it's since been rescheduled. So they'll probably, my guess is they get a cert grant, and they probably hear it in the fall term, and that's all about magazine capacity and things like that. I mean, I'm a big unlimited magazine component. So yeah.
To Preston's point on that one, the Second Amendment is very, 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 very clear when it comes to magazine capacity restrictions. The unlimited position is the Second Amendment position, where the First Amendment is very, 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 very to the 999th degree clear that a claim to someone else's money, aka commoditization, is not protected by the First Amendment. So that's how I would differentiate those cases. You have the right to have as many rounds as humanly possible. 1791 showed like several hundred rounds to a magazine or to a clip or to the capacity of a firearm, where in 1791, if you tried to sue claiming that your claim of entitlement to a private party's money violated that their denial of that violated your First Amendment right, you'd get laughed out of the courtroom. That would be my counter to that.
It's a state action. Yeah, it's a state action doctrine. It's that a private.
Rightly so. Just because you need somebody's service doesn't give you right to their wallet,
Well, the thing with
right, like, I mean, for example, like if for example, like someone walked into my house to have a very heated argument with me because they disagree with the vote I take in the Kentucky General Assembly, and I tell them, hey, I'd much rather you not have a gun in here while we have this conversation, they can't really sue me on the Second Amendment. Likewise, if I was trying to pay them to have that conversation, but they start getting into a conversation that's just, I find completely unconscionable. I'm like, look, I'm not going to pay you for this conversation. Likewise, that's not a First Amendment violation. It's the state actor doctrine in a nutshell.
I think the point is that, like, Loomer and company, they're trying to accuse Twitter of hypocrisy, or X. Sorry, it's old habits die hard. They're trying to accuse X of hypocrisy because X touts free speech, right? And yet it engages in content moderation. And, like, I think, so, like, of course, you can say, listen, I'm going to go set up a private clubhouse, and in my private clubhouse, we're going to hew as closely as possible to the First Amendment. And then if you start violating your own rules, people will turn around and they'll say, this is not free speech, this is unfair, right? But, like, even with that analysis, right, even forget all of that, right? The question is the spirit of the thing, the principle of the thing, how good a job is X doing on balance to try to maximize the free speechiness of the site, given all of the circumstances and given the fact that the First Amendment doesn't apply to it? Like, I give it a 9.5, 9.8 out of 10, right? Like, I think 9.5, 9.8. Like, for Americans, pretty close to 10 in play. And then across the world, obviously, it's subject to other rules and other jurisdictions that mean that it can't necessarily perfectly comply or replicate the First Amendment there, because, like, in Brazil, the Brazilian constitutional court is notoriously censorial. In Germany, under the NetzDG, you get takedown orders all the time. Britain's going to have the Online Safety Act. That's going to be another regime that they have to comply with. So, like, even, I think the question really is the free speechiness of Twitter as a private company, is it free speechy enough, right? Are they doing a good job at being free speechy in the class? And I think the answer is yes, to be blunt.
Yeah. Consider the fact that when I was in Europe, right, I got censored by the European Union for posting stuff about how Haitians eat dogs. That was fun.
Also, Ian, so to everyone, this is an ADHD moment for me. I haven't had one this entire time, so I feel I'm entitled to one ADHD moment. I do have to point this one out. There is an absolute champion in the audience named Rep-elect Lucas Schubert, Lukas. Ian, I'm pointing you out particularly to him because because you've been talking about protecting children throughout this space. He has been big on like standing up for children's rights and like parents' rights in Montana. He's the youngest incoming legislator, I think, in the entire country right now. I just want to give him a shout out because he is dealing with a judiciary that is openly left-wing. Like, these guys just said it's unconstitutional to ban the gender mutilation of children. He's in the audience right now, and he's been fighting against that judiciary. I just want to give him a shout out. I just saw him here. Just wanted to point that out.
Oh, man, like, thanks for fighting the good fight. We need more of you guys. Seriously, it doesn't matter where you are, whether it's anywhere in the US, Canada, the UK, anywhere else in Europe, it doesn't matter, right? We need to win this fight. So thank you.
All right, let's bring him up.
Yeah, if you want to come up, just
Yeah, Rep Schubert, dude, if request and let's come on up if you want to talk about like what's going on in Montana. I mean, dude, like when I think about like a state where every state representative, every state senator should not just be a Republican, but should be a like conservative MAGA Republican. I think about Montana, and I just think about the uphill battle that you have. So if you want to come on up, please do.
Yeah.
He just shot me a text and told me that he's requesting. So, if anyone's a host, co-host,
you want to pull him up?
Prove. Yeah. Bring him up here. I mean, he's rocks. This guy is rock solid. Like, it's hilarious. Every legislative thing that I wind up in, whether it's pro-life, more libertarian-leaning Republican, or populist-leaning Republican, I've seen him here, and he's been able to like make all wings of the party happy with his advocacy. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. Like, I mean, his age ends in teen right now, and I just want to give that guy a shout out because I mean, he's one of the youngest legislators in the country.
Yeah, you're gonna go up against a lot of veteran assholes,
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I'm the youngest legislator in Kentucky right now, and even though I'm in my 20s, like the guy is still like, and he's putting up a fight. And so, oh, there he is, Lucas. How are you, buddy?
Yo, what's up?
No.
What's going on? What are we talking about? I was just at the gym, so requested it, but then turned the volume down. So.
We're talking about the protection of children, particularly right now in the UK, right? What's going on there? Pretty fucked up. Pretty happy that
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the liberal justice system for you. And here in Montana, we have a very liberal judiciary as well. And I know it's not 1-to-1, but the UK, their left-wing, Labour government, those guys, they ban puberty blockers for little kids. Meanwhile, here in Montana, this Montana Supreme Court, we're a conservative state, but these judges, they said that we're not allowed to ban gender transition surgeries on little kids. And so, the judiciary it's not talked about a lot, and that's by nature, I think, because these judges, they're not accountable. They act like legislators, they act like executives, but they're shrouded in secrecy. They're shrouded in black robes, and a lot of the time they're appointed. But the ones that are elected, at least here in a state like Montana, they run as "quote unquote" nonpartisan. But then they get so much money from these liberal groups, from Planned Parenthood. And another example actually about that. We have this judge, Ingrid Gustafson, Supreme Court Justice. She got over $200,000 from Planned Parenthood in independent expenditures when she ran for office, and then she proceeded to write the opinion in favor of Planned Parenthood over like some law that said that basically you would have to notify or like show. Ultrasound. I don't know if it was that one exactly, but it wasn't even like a full ban or anything. So yeah, 100%. These judges, I mean, they are causing trouble all across the West, you know. And then you have like George Soros coming in and funding district attorneys, funding judges. But yeah, what's going on in the UK too? It's like, you know, frankly, this woke stuff, it's just anti-white. Like, they hate white people. I don't know what to say.
They do. Yeah, they do. Straight up.
So.
Yeah, the legislation there is, it's not even the legislation, right? It's the failure to enforce the laws, right? They hit the fact that the vast majority of the perpetrators of these gangs, right, not even gangs sometimes, but individuals who are of Pakistani descent, were raping and particularly targeting young white girls. I'm not talking, 18-year-old girls. I'm talking children, right? 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. Grooming them into becoming sex slaves, effectively, to be, to have like 40 men at a time, just like turn them into this, this thing. It's just fucking abhorrent, and they covered it up for years. The guy in charge of covering it all up was Keir Starmer, who's the prime minister right now. And the reason they did so was because they simply didn't want to lose the Pakistani vote. They didn't want to create, some racial enmity or some bullshit. And so they let all these guys off the hook. Many of them have been photographed being chummy with the police officers who should be the ones arresting them. And yet they all knew each other, and they covered up all of this stuff happening. Parents who came out and spoke out against it got arrested. The girls, in a lot of cases, were treated as if they were the ones who were asking for it, as if they were, prostitutes or something. It's just completely disgusting. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of white girls here.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the child trafficking, that's something. I mean, that goes on everywhere. Obviously this case is particularly bad, but, really all across the Western world, you got these disgusting pedophiles. And, we need to ensure that, this stuff does not continue, that it is completely shut down. I got a bill coming up here where we're going to put some penalties for distributing child pornography online. So still working on that one, though, getting back and forth with the drafters. But, in the U.S. at least, like, illegal immigration is a huge source of this, because you have all these people coming in here, no one knows who they are. And, they got cartel connections, they got human trafficking connections. And so, we need to deal with this 100%.
100%.
Well, so, TJ, what's your take? What's your take? I don't know if you already said that before I joined.
Yeah, I just mentioned I have 4 colleagues in Kentucky, Candy Massaroni, Steve Rawlings, who was actually my current state representative, who just moved up to state senate when I took upon his duties as state representative in January 1st, Steve Doan, and Josh Calloway. They introduced a bill last year in response to a child rapist. This freak raped a 6-month-old baby while working at a daycare, and received only house arrest. And the reason that they received house arrest was because that giving this thing anything short of just house arrest would result in a disruption in its gender transition therapy. They gave it house arrest as a consequence.
Are you kidding me? That's fucked up. So he basically got away for being trans.
Pretty much. They said this person is transgender, and therefore they won't punish it for literally raping an infant. And
wow.
Those 4 representatives, and now one that's a senator, introduced the bill to be clear. If you commit sexual assault or rape against a child, you are eligible for the death penalty immediately. And I don't think that's excessive. Yeah, I get it violates a current Supreme Court order, but I think there's enough votes to overturn that rule. If there's any role of government, it's protecting children.
Lucas, can you send me a news article about that? I wanna bring it to my audience later.
I can send that over to you, Ian. Because that happened in my state.
Okay, yeah, I followed you. So yeah, just feel free to hit up the DMs. Yeah.
Will do. It's one of the most disgusting incidents I've
ever seen in my entire
It's one of
life.
the worst things I've ever heard.
It's extremely upsetting. I mean, it made me sick to my stomach just seeing the fact that we literally gave house arrest to someone who would do that to. I mean, literally, just the facts of it are. Yeah, I mean, literally a baby. The facts of it are so upsetting. I mean, as I explained it to you guys just now, I'll be level. I self-censored there. I didn't give the full details of it because it is so upsetting to me that emotionally, I don't feel capable of really giving the full details of it. And that's the thing of being a legislator, seeing that we have actively made it to where judges can do that. It makes me sick to my stomach. And then I think too, with the case that I have, it's not as egregious as an infant, but then the reality is there's a judge one county over from me who gives a no jail time misdemeanor to an adult who rapes a 13-year-old, and because this guy gets no jail time, they then go to another person who lives in my district and commits a mass shooting, killing 4 innocent people, when that person should have died in federal prison, should have died in state prison, or should have been hung publicly for all to see at that point.
100%.
And instead, there's 4 innocent people as a consequence. You know, I mean, that's the thing. If you're willing to commit a sex act against a child, I'm not sure what kind of act of evil you're not willing to commit.
Yep.
And what Lucas is fighting for in Montana is so damn important, because I, as a legislator, I think about it from my state. I'm 1/100th of 1/2 of 1/3 of the government. I'm 1/600th of the government of Kentucky. I can only do so much. But there's only 7 members of our Supreme Court, right? So you're 1/7 of 1/3.
Mm-hmm.
So one member of the Supreme Court is 1/21st of the government. Compared to me, I'm 1/600th. I put in a bill, I pass it, I get it signed, but 4 of those 7 is enough to strike down my law. And if I try to make it to where it's harder to be a pedophile in Kentucky, it takes 4 Supreme Court justices to strike that down. We have to be mindful of our state judiciaries. We are so too prone to say, well, they're nonpartisan and they're going to go with what the law says, when so often they don't go with what the law says. They go with what their feelings say. Lucas in Montana, I mean, especially, Montana is an extremely conservative state, but their judiciary is anything but. And that's my big takeaway from this all, is we have to be mindful not only of our legislative branch, not only of our executive branch, but also our judicial branch, to make sure that the laws that we pass actually have effect. I can think about in Kentucky, the Supreme Court just ruled 4-3. 4 ruled in the majority, 3 in the minority, and said that possession of a child sex doll is not probable cause to search a person for child pornography. They just let a child pornographer go.
And that's the thing.
They just did that.
That's the thing. It's like, it's so funny because, you know, these Democrat politicians at the state level, they say, oh, we need an independent judiciary. You're trying to bring politics into the courtroom. Our courts are fair and equitable. You know, but then when the Supreme Court, when Clarence Thomas comes out and says, listen, this is how it is, then they're like, oh, our courts are so corrupt. You know, I mean, it's just a farce. In reality, everyone is going to be biased. Everyone is going to have their persuasion. And, you know, I don't know how it is over in Kentucky if you guys actually have partisan elections, but here, where it's nonpartisan, no one knows. You know, only people who are political junkies really know whether a judge is liberal or conservative. And that's why you have these wide-ranging gaps where, because the liberals have all the money, that their judges end up winning. But I mean, like fundamentally, just this whole topic, I think articulates how much what we're up against really matters, right? Like what we're fighting is literally pedophiles, right? The left wing, part of the government and the far left, they literally support pedophilia. Just look at like California, where they passed that law back in I think 2020, where they reduced the penalties for gay pedophiles. Fundamentally, that is what the next thing is, right? The never-ending stream of, we have 2015 it was gay marriage, then 2018, 2019 transgenderism, then 2020, 2021 transgender kids and teachers transitioning, their students. But right now, obviously Trump's in there. But what that's going to cause, right? Because when Biden was in there, it caused people on the right to actually get serious, look at the issues and start playing to win. What it's going to do on the same when Trump's in there, it's going to get the left to really step up their game, basically, because obviously they're not in power and they want to regain power. But they are going to radicalize, and obviously in politics in the United States, it's a two-party system, so we're going back and forth between the left and the right. Frankly, I think, and I posted about this, I think in the next 15 years, that just open support of pedophilia is going to be close to a mainstream Democrat position. And the whole point of this is to show that this really matters, right? We're not just here in a video game. We're not here, playing Minecraft. This is real life, and there are real things at stake here, whether or not we win or lose. And that's opposed to the West in general, virtually every country, UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, etc. We can't get distracted. Obviously, we do have foreign rivals, no doubt, and they definitely do want us to lose, like China especially, for the United States' case. But really, who poses the most damage to the American people are corrupt politicians here at home, 100%. And we absolutely need to win. So, obviously we're a while away from the next election, but definitely get involved in some way, in real life, or in terms of spending time or money, basically at the local level or in whatever way you can, because again, it really does matter, and just posting on social media isn't going to save us. So yeah, 100%. A lot of big issues here.
Yeah, and that's the thing of look, just because someone has a letter next to their name, don't support them immediately. That's the thing. The thing I'm telling you about Paducah, it's a pretty Republican area. It's a rural area. The more deep city part of it, it's pretty purple. But realistically, there is no reason that a person who is convicted of raping a baby should be serving house arrest. And that's the thing. That's unreal. It's insane. And literally, the judge's decision was based on the fact that sending this animal to jail would have disrupted its gender transition. It truly shocks the conscience. I can think about it here in Kentucky. One of the most conservative members of Congress in the country is Thomas Massey. That's my congressman, by the way. And it's an honor to have his support. It's an honor to have supported him throughout. Thomas Massey's district, by the way, aligns 1-to-1 with Michelle Keller's district. She's one of the most liberal justices of the Kentucky Supreme Court out there. She believes that the Kentucky Constitution confers a right to an abortion. She has let child rapists out for a quote-unquote excessive sentencing. You know, I mean, that's the thing of like, don't just take the letter next to a politician's name for granted. Actually look to what they believe in. And I say the same thing for myself. My pinned post is a promise that I have made as a legislator that I urge every legislator to make and hopefully follow. It's never a bad idea once you've won your election to double down on the promises you made that you campaigned on. And I can assure you, the rhetoric that Justice Keller has espoused as a justice does not represent how she has ruled as a justice. I can tell you that. And hopefully legislators like myself, like Representative Schubert, like the folks that I've seen through in this audience, hopefully make the decision to say, as a justice, you're not entitled to that seat either. And if you want to act like a partisan hack, we'll treat you like one. Whether that be done through making judicial races in Kentucky partisan or invoking our impeachment powers more willingly. You know, those are things we can do as legislators to really stand up for children. I can say it makes me absolutely sick to my stomach that the Supreme Court let a child pornographer go in my state because they said that his possession of a sex doll was not sufficient to justify getting a warrant to search his home. I think clearly if you're willing to buy a child sex doll, you're probably looking for child porn somewhere. I think that's clear enough. We'll see what they say now that we have taken the corrective actions. Luckily, by the way, in Kentucky, it was legal to own a sex doll that resembled a child until April of this past year when we finally banned it. By the way, there was one Democrat who talked about how, quote unquote, minor attracted persons need those things to resist their urges. Her name was Karen Berg, and I think that she's a national and international embarrassment for that statement, by the way. Luckily, the bill to ban those things passed, despite her attempt to kill those bills. We'll see what the Supreme Court does now that they are formally illegal in Kentucky. But goodness gracious, people, if state and local governments cannot stand up and protect their children, they don't deserve to exist.
Well, and that's the thing, like you said, you know, it's not all about just the letter next to their name, because frankly, you know, I think that a wolf in sheep's clothing is going to be worse than a wolf who is easily seen as such. You know, we got these, you know, whatever you want to call them, establishment rhinos, whatever. But these guys, they go in there and they end up going with the Democrats on most of the important stuff, to the point where, you know, you know, on the map, at least in red versus blue, we have massive majorities, but on a lot of critical votes, we don't necessarily have the votes on a lot of critical bills or amendments or anything like that. So the primary, especially if you live in a red state, or a red district or whatever, is going to be the most important thing. You know, at the federal level, what was completely embarrassing was that you had last 2 years, I believe, they passed this gun control law they had Republicans come and join them and break the filibuster. Some of them, some of these more establishment people, they broke the filibuster to pass gun control. You know, not only obviously is that not policy that the people want, that's not good policy, but how do you think that's going to make voters feel if they see because these are basic things, right? 2A is something that's, universally pretty much supported within the Republican Party, and especially in a state like Montana, it's just common sense basically anywhere outside of San Francisco or Los Angeles or Portland. But, voters, they see that. How does that, do you think that's going to make them more or less likely to vote? So the primary elections really is where the future of this country is going to be decided at, especially if you're in a red state. And personally, at the federal level, it back and forth. You have these narrow majorities, and so when one party gets in there, then they repeal what the previous people did, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I think at the state level, you have a lot more ability to do good as an individual, especially if you're in a small state, where you can for me, I basically knocked every door in my district. I don't know about you, Representative Roberts, but I know you got a little bit of a bigger district, but really getting involved, I think at the local and state level primaries, that's where the real fight is going to be had on a lot of important issues.
Yeah, I can just say from the state representative perspective, Lucas, I don't know how many people live in your district, but I made this reference before. 45,000 people live in my district. It's a whole lot easier to control my district than it is to control a member of Congress's district, which is 750,000. You can really make a serious difference. And just because the federal government says, hey, the Constitution doesn't require this at the federal level, doesn't mean the state government cannot put in that rule, right? Like, take Candy Massaroni, Josh Calloway, Steve Doan, Steve Rawlings' bill to give the death penalty to child rapists. Obviously, the federal government is going to be a whole lot more difficult to get something like that through. But in Kentucky, where each state house race is 45,000 people, I think that the people in this space alone could make the pressure needed to be clear. We don't put up with this. And whether I think the government should be killing adults or not after they commit crimes, if there's any time for the government to end a life, it's after that person victimizes a child in a way that they will never truly recover. It's such an easier fight. For one, you have the 10th Amendment, which says that any power not given to the federal government belongs to the states. So it's so much easier to survive a constitutional challenge at the state level. But second, the people, the manpower needed, realistically speaking, you can pretty much, with the money needed to win 5 congressional races, you could win a majority of an entire state legislature. And that's just remarkable. The difference you can make by just having a relatively small amount of money, but just refusing to back down and just absolutely standing on principles. You can do so much. And by the way, in state house districts and state senate districts, money only goes so far. And I just think about my race. In my primary, I was up against a guy who held this district longer than I had been alive, whose name was phonetically identical to a member of Congress over this district. He had $750,000 up against me, and in my primary, I had less than a tenth of that, and I won with 75% of the vote. You can really, really make a difference if you focus on state and local level races. I'm telling you, like, wherever you live, you can make a difference. Like, there's obvious exceptions. Like, look, I would never advise you to put a penny into trying to flip Los Angeles Republican. But that said, it would be easier to flip Los Angeles Republican than it would be to flip all of California Republican, I suppose. Impossible at the same time, but easier. So if you ever feel hopeless, you're probably feeling hopeless because you are fighting at a level that you cannot make a difference on, and that's one of my regular prayers that I give to God at all times, is to help me take a stand on the areas where I can control, but to also help me accept the areas in which I cannot. And I think that's a prayer for everyone in this group, to always keep in mind, know what you can control and fight for that area. And those areas that you cannot, just don't waste those resources. Every resource you have is valuable. And no matter where you are, you can make a difference somewhere. And just focus on those areas where you can make a difference.
So there's stuff happening on the back end, hence the quietness.
It's a really busy week.
Yeah. Just a random question, and okay, maybe I shouldn't put it out there, but are you guys familiar with this one? Because I'm trying to think of her name, right? She's a woman who does X Spaces. I don't know if she's been around recently, but she's accused of faking an illness, and she does it for donations. She speaks in a very soft, sort of sweetly pleasant voice, and all she does is lie. Do you guys know who I'm talking about?
No, I've never heard of them, no.
Not sure, no.
She might not be active anymore, but yeah, if I find her name, I'll let you know. I'm sure someone's going to message me her name because I know exactly who I'm talking about.
Alright, perfect. So I'm just messaging some stuff in the background. So I'm seeing on this picture, so was it Lucas who was talking this whole time?
It was me and TJ
nice.
represented.
Nice. It's good to have you. It's pretty cool. Normally, it's actually quite unusual to have people like you on here, because normally we like to deal with tech-related things. The only reason why we have at all a somewhat political tone is because we were kind of thrust into this, if anything else. It kind of started because of strange occurrences, and those strange occurrences were basically people making a bunch of shit up, as I'm pretty sure TJ here has explained before. I'm pretty sure he's very, very well aware of the whole Laura Loomis situation. So yeah, that's kind of what was the massive catalyst. And then the rest was just, it's sort of very ironic, hilarious occurrences that has happened over time. Yeah. But yeah, it's still pretty cool to have you all.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. Weren't you guys talking about the H-1Bs pretty much earlier, at least politically?
Yeah, so we were talking about how it would actually. So we were looking at potential solutions. I think we just spitballing. So whenever we talk about anything on the, since we're talking about anything on here that's really hypothetical, we're just spitballing. We're not anyone who's official or have the desire to be in any official position or capacity. So what we do is just basically have fun. It's a show which is all about commentary. And so part of that was, hey, you have a bit of a thought experiment. What if, instead of complaining about all those problems, what if you could come up with hypothetical solutions? And because of our unique set of experiences, myself, of course, I'm involved with production and various other elements. We have a very unique understanding about the word course that actually needs to be brought into certain places. Because for someone like myself, if I say, for instance, would have the need to build something, say let's take America as an example. Let's imagine I need to build something there that hasn't really been built before, and the talent to basically operate and fine tune a machine that will be used within this facility that I'm building exists in another country. Then of course you need to bring this individual over, right? Or at least you want to advertise that you have this facility there and you need these types of people. So you need to somehow make sure that people can come in via the H-1B more effectively than they are doing right now, and also that the current state, the current state of the H-1B is repaired, because at the moment I do believe it is abused, and I think the concerns by many people are warranted, perhaps to a certain extent, looking at the way it functions. So we were kind of discussing that, really just as a pure hypothetical. So yeah, that's kind of what we were doing, because we don't like the shouting, we don't like any of the weird accusations, we don't like the talk about censorship this, censorship that, and some people have almost zero self-control. They will just literally come onto a space, and if you aren't careful and you like happen to fall asleep or something because it's fucking 6 a.m. and it's like, okay, you sit there, and then all of a sudden it's people saying the most insanely unhinged, nonsensical bullshit ever. Conspiracy theories that I think are true, and then there are conspiracy theories that are just basically blatant, made up bullshit, in my opinion, right? And then people always err towards those because they feel as though, oh wow, we finally have a fucking platform, so now we're just gonna really let it out. There's an old German saying for people who just really let out everything that they have within them. So it says, "Wir werden die Sau rauslassen," which means, are we really going to let the swine out? that's what they were doing. But yeah, TJ, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just raising my hand because I think that when you're talking about the H-1B visa issue, it's such a complex issue, as is all immigration law issues. And everyone who really runs their mouth are the people who don't have a firm answer. And that's one of those things of like, as I've said before, of like, look, realistically speaking, there are people in Kentucky who, I have a person who lives in my district, has an electrical engineering degree from MIT and is struggling to find a job, largely because of just the salary caps and issues. That said, does this visa program have to go away? I would say not 100%. This visa program can easily be saved by, one, raising the minimum salary issues, and two, just having a maintenance fee for those who take advantage of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that proposal, as long as we keep the cap, at the federal level. And funny enough, really, I could market that to the 100% pro H-1B folks and the 100% anti H-1B folks, just depending upon the rhetoric that I use when I'm marketing that issue. And that's the thing that's amazing, is so much of this debate comes down to rhetoric and not so much to substantive policy resolution, in my opinion. And it's a sad thing, because I think that people on both sides of this issue can largely come together on it, because one, most of the problems that we see today are not coming from legal immigration, it's coming from illegal immigration. And I think everyone can agree on that. Second, Americans, particularly younger Americans, are getting screwed over in the job market. Now, is that the fault of the visa recipient, or is that the fault of the government that is ultimately regulating jobs out of existence? I would say it's the government's fault. So it's a much, much, much more complex issue than I think anyone cares to admit, no matter which side you ultimately come on this argument. And that's the thing of like, and once again, there's stuff to be done at the state level. We have in Kentucky, for example, we have a higher income tax rate than that of Colorado. We have double the sales tax of Colorado, and we have no level of exemption from property taxes. While Colorado, the first $70,000 of the value of any of your residential property is exempt from taxation. Colorado is a thorough blue state. Kentucky, at the federal level at least, is a thorough red state. but we tax so much. We make it so much harder for Kentuckians to find a job. And that's the thing of that. I think H-1B is a much more complex issue. And I think a lot of it was used, I think, as a media psyop to ultimately divide the pro-Trump movement on it. I got hit, funny enough, from someone who I think would actually agree with what I was saying, with every word I was saying, actually, saying that, well, no, if you're not completely against H-1B visas, you're against the only issue that matters. And I'm like, only issue? I think illegal immigration matters a whole lot more, right? Like, especially if you are here legally, you are paying the taxes, and we raise if we raise the salary cap to where if we're bringing you here, we're not bringing you here because it's cheaper to bring you here than it is to hire an American. We're bringing you here because you are clearly more qualified. That's the thing. Like, I like merit-based immigration. Trump likes merit-based immigration. Every anti-open borders person I know on the economic side is like, no, merit-based is the way to go. There's clear problems, and we should, in my opinion, severely punish abuse of the H-1B program. And that's the thing. It's like, when we talk about the immigration, you can't talk about it in black and white. The only time to talk about immigration in black and white is when we're talking about illegal immigration. That's the only time. With legal, that's where everything's a gray area. So I just wanted to start that conversation out with that, like, consideration of mind of, like, no matter where you stand, this is a gray issue, and having the conversation itself, in my opinion, is a good thing.
I mean, the one thing I will say, I think that I think the main distinction is with, and obviously, illegal immigration is worse in the sense that a person crossing illegally a border without the permission of the country that they're going into obviously violates the law, violates that country's sovereignty. But I think that there is a significant distinction between mass migration and non-mass migration. Because right now, the United States, we're at like the highest percent of foreign-born individuals in our country. And, what's going on with that, with, Trump winning here in November, is he ran on mass deportations, which obviously of illegal immigrants is what he was running on. But fundamentally speaking, I think as a country, we need to figure out where we're headed, in these upcoming decades here. And so I think the main issue is with mass migration. And fundamentally, right, like going 5 miles, 7 miles an hour over the speed limit is breaking the law. However, people don't really care about that. And that's because that the results of that are not significant. However, illegal immigration, not only are they breaking the law, but the results of them being here are significant. And so with that, and obviously, again, there's some differences in those two circumstances, but really I think the problem is with mass migration. So it's like, if you got someone like Elon or like Einstein, who is actually, like 150 IQ, super intelligent individual who would objectively benefit the country, no shadow of a doubt, then of course, that's one thing. The main thing that I'm concerned about is just that we need to have whatever the policy itself is, it should be viewed, the people crafting the policy should need to view it through the lens of how does this benefit Americans? Because ultimately the government, at least it's supposed to, these days it rarely does, but it's supposed to represent their own people, right? Every other country's government, that's what countries are for, is to represent their people. The Chinese government supposed to advocate for the interests of their own people. And again, obviously, we live in real life, so there's a lot of corruption. But fundamentally, whatever's need to come from the view of how does this benefit the American people. So, personally, I've posted about it. I think that right now there probably is too much H-1B, but we got to come up with a solution. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And obviously, that will be up to the federal government, but we'll see. We'll see.
And this is, by the way, this I think is exactly what I meant by saying, no matter where you are, a whole lot of it is where that conversation comes to where we come to something in between, right? I don't think anyone, at least on the Make America Great Again movement, could say that the program is working as it presently is, right? There is abuse. There are times where we have those issues where we see this and it's like, why is this visa being issued on this position at this salary? But that being said, right, immigration is the dictionary definition of the gray area in America. It's the dictionary definition. I will say there's no gray area with illegal immigration. But where should we draw the line about legal? It's closer, right? I will say, like, for example, in Kentucky, our Chamber of Commerce, or as I call them, the Chamber of Compromise, they love to no end to talk about how we need to import more workers in Kentucky. And that saddens me because when we look at the workforce participation rate in Kentucky, it's 56%, where the national average is 62%. There are only 6 states in the country where our workforce participation rate outdoes theirs. We are 43rd in the nation on that. And we have no excuse other than the fact that we have a massive social safety net that makes it to where, for many people, it makes more sense not to work at all and to collect those benefits than it does to actually find a job. And it's such an easy way out to say, well, we need more foreign workforce. But when you look at the really developed areas of Kentucky, northern Kentucky, where I am, Lexington and Louisville and Bowling Green and Covington, those areas, our workforce in those areas all exceed the national average. The areas where we don't have the national average is, unfortunately, the extremely rural parts. Elliott County, for example, is the worst in Kentucky, and it breaks my heart when I look at this number every day. The workforce participation rate there is 30.8%. Out of the able-bodied Kentuckians, only 30.8% is in the workforce. I get this idea that we just need to bring in more people, but I also think that, realistically speaking, in Kentucky, we need to look at our social safety net and ask, are we encouraging people not to work whenever we have counties with almost a 30% workforce participation rate? And that is a terrifying proposition for me, is when we're actively encouraging people not to work. But also we are regulating people out of work. The first thing I think about, for example, is in Kentucky, we have not adopted any model to bring cryptocurrency into Kentucky.
I'm a big advocate of the Wyoming model that bans rehypothecation so there's no confusion about who owns the cryptocurrency asset. I'm a huge advocate of that, and I'm hoping to bring that in, especially for these rural areas where our workforce participation rate is waning, because that's a way that we can get more Kentuckians back to work without having to disrupt the rural cultures where we can just have more remote positions rather than building skyscrapers in small back road areas. Again, my district is overwhelmingly rural, and I love that about that district. At the same time, I have an Amazon headquarters in my district, so I kind of have a bipolar district in that way. It's complex, but that being said, do we have to bring in the skyscrapers? Do we have to bring in the interstates in order to have good, well-paying jobs? I don't think that's the case if we get the government out of the way. Now, if we continue to have the regulatory state that we have in Kentucky, yeah, that in order to look at the 21st century economy and unleash the American dream. And I think by and large, it's not subsidizing immigration. It's not subsidizing big business. It's not subsidizing anything. It's just getting the government out of the way and letting the market do its job.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, at least at the federal level, bigger than 08 in the coming decade here. And, obviously, famously, both parties like to spend a lot of money. But, I will see what happens, especially since it's such a narrow majority. It would require what, like two Republican defectors to block or pass something. And so, there's with the debt ceiling, if this thing keeps going up, I mean, just the insane effect on the economy it's going to have. So, but in terms of the immigration thing, though, Trump, he correctly articulated that illegal immigration, the illegals specifically, but again, obviously a lot of illegal immigrants are coming from second or third world countries. But you have these people coming here from third world countries, and their high standard of living is a low standard of living in the United States. So just built it into their whole life, them willing to work for a much lower wage is going to affect the labor market, right? Supply and demand, bidding the price of labor down. And then obviously that affects Americans because they either can't get a job or they have to accept a lower wage. So again, that's why I think the mass migration is the key, where that is the issue. If you have one guy, two people, that's not going to affect the labor market. That's not going to have a significant impact on the country. And the other thing is too, like I mentioned earlier, because we are at